Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. Welcome to the multilingual workshop that we will be having today. Also, the last day of our PSIT conference. And to begin with, I'd just like to say that some of the sessions will be in English and some in Spanish. If somebody needs interpreting, please take my colleague's QR code. We just have it there on a phone. So if you need interpreting, you can get the link there, and there are headphones outside. Thank you. So it's a great pleasure to say hello to all of you inside the room and also throughout Europe. So good morning. And today we have 3 different roundtables. We hope they'll be of your interest. The topic is broadening the multilingual landscape, languages of lesser diffusion in the EU. Okay. And to begin with, it's a great pleasure to give the floor to Anna Kokkinidou from the DGT, from the European Commission. Thank you. Thank you.
Estimados profesores, colegas, amigas y amigos participantes en la taller de hoy, siguiendo la 9ª Conferencia Internacional de TIPS, es un gran honor estar aquí en línea con ustedes en la prestigiosa Universidad de Alcalá de Henares en representación de la Dirección-General de la Traducción y de nuestras unidades de comunicación y de gestión de conocimiento de la DGT para debatir sobre un tema tan interesante como el multilingualismo, la traducción y interpretación en los servicios públicos y la accesibilidad. En primer lugar, me gustaría agradecer de todo corazón a Sara Oquimpinti, de la DGT Madrid, y a Laura Romero Díaz, de la DGT Barcelona, así como a Carmen Pena, a Carmen Valero Garcés, por su invitación y felicitarlas por la organización de este interesante y muy pertinente taller. Antes de continuar con mi discurso de apertura en inglés, les quería decir que, preparando mi intervención, estuve leyendo mucho sobre las lenguas de menor difusión, reforzando mis conocimientos sobre las lenguas minoritarias en la DGT y la red EMT. En ese pequeño recorrido descubrí por casualidad el silbo gomero. El silbo gomero es una de las manifestaciones culturales más singulares y extraordinarias del mundo. No es un idioma como tal, sino una adaptación silbada del idioma español, utilizada para comunicar a larga distancia en la abrupta geografía de la isla de La Gomera. En 2009 fue declarada Patrimonio Cultural y Inmaterial de la Humanidad por la UNESCO, y para evitar que desaparezca, desde finales del siglo XX se enseña en las escuelas de La Gomera, lo que ha permitido que nuevas generaciones aprendan a silbarlo. Y ahora, sin transición, I would like to continue in English, even though I've been told that my accent in Spanish is better than in English. Actually, it's a Greek accent that many people take for a Spanish accent, but it is Greek. In Spain, then you have a language that speakers whistle, and it travels through mountains and steep canyons, carrying the message of humans actually communicating like birds. And this is indicative of the plethora, polysemy, and richness of languages and the unique character of Spain and its linguistic landscape. This workshop comes now at the right time, as we celebrate 40 years since Spanish and Portuguese became official EU languages, but unfortunately, it comes at a time that a crisis in the Middle East is expected to lead a significant number of people to migration, relocating and fleeing from what was once home. As I read today before coming here, that 800,000 relocated from Lebanon. Under this continued state of crisis, with the front open in Ukraine too, it is always the right time to speak about the languages of lesser diffusion in the European Union as they are the means to communicate, welcome, and handle administratively the needs of refugees and migrants to make them feel at some point at home. What is interesting to remember is that refugees and migrants come from countries like Iran, which are rich in LLDs themselves, with a lot of ethnicities and a significant linguistic and cultural history, which compose a rich mosaic, a rich blend, an amalgam of cultures and languages. Yet amidst all this richness, people come from these countries of origin which are facing conflicts and crises, driving their citizens to seeking another home, and they might have been persecuted because of their language, culture, and ethnicity. Their minority language and culture and or religion might have been the original cause that led them to flee or to leave. Thus, they come to another country, the country of destination, which is equally rich in LLDs, and language might be the only link, the only connection for a person to feel at least safe and welcome. It is this very language that might have caused alienation, bias, and violence before, as language and ethnic minorities might suffer from severe forms of racism and might be the subject of persecution. Yet we are equipped and well prepared on EU level not only to embrace and further support multilingualism, but also to showcase our interest in languages of lesser diffusion. Let me quickly present to you some slides to indicate how DGT we work towards this purpose and fulfill our mission for no language left behind. Yes. And from a bit of presbyopia also kicking in. Greek word, eh?
Is it? Oh, I didn't do it. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is something to remember every time the PowerPoint presentation makes something to remember. ¿Eso es? ¿No?
Por algún motivo. Ah, está.
Ok, perfecto. Okay. As we already discussed at the beginning of the ENPSIT conference, and it was a great conference so far, we've learned a lot, and there are many ideas springing from the sessions and presentations, wonderful projects ongoing for ENPSIT and NLDs. The subgroup of ENPSIT under the working group training and competencies cooperates and collaborates very closely with the EMT network, and also with the other working groups of AI and technology, industry cooperation and outreach, audiovisual translation, accessibility and inclusion, and data and terminology. We have with us like Susanna and Pilar, who are co-leading the 5th working group. And you see the work is transversal, so every time that the subgroup on ENPSIT needs to collaborate with other, within the training and competencies group, with other working groups and the whole network, they are welcome, all the members, to post and communicate and promote practices, methodologies, conferences like the conference that we attended these days, and everything that they want to share with the members of the network. Also, the EMT is working with the language industry, the expert group of 12 experts throughout Europe in many, many fields, among which also AVT and inclusion. There are projects like Dialogos Erasmus Harvests within the network, as we mentioned, and there are many, many other projects, because now when I came here, I realized that the EMT is greatly involved in many projects, many EMT members, and programs which are not EMT but are welcome to work with EMT in these subject fields. And there is a program now ongoing for technical support to Ukraine, because Ukrainian is also taught at many EMT programs. We had a survey, and there are many master programs that offer, and bachelor programs also, that offer Ukrainian as a target language. And we assist the organization of translation education. This project with Ukraine is expected to be extended to other candidate countries. To Montenegro, for example, when we have a request from a candidate country, DGT, to help them to organize translation education, because you know that they have to translate the acquis before being granted membership to the European Union, we actively help them through the EMT network and with all our resources. What else do we have to offer, and what else do we have to promote and support at DGT? Like centers like FITISPOS, the one that you have here in Alcalá, and congratulations for your work. There are many other research centers and universities within the EMT programs. You know that research centers are like expert centers that are more not eligible, more flexible to participate in Erasmus projects because of the equipment with resources and researchers and experts, along with academics and professors. We have the multilingualism workshops as the one today, supported by DGT, under the aegis of DGT, activities which are co-organized with the field offices. DGT, as the Commission, has representation and field offices throughout the member states. So what happens is like a university, in this case Alcalá, has an interesting subject, wants to organize a back-to-back event with a conference, and then asks our support through the field officer, who is the competent here, it's Sara Okipinti from Madrid, who unfortunately couldn't be here with us today. And we can organize with you, with the research center, with the university program, which doesn't need to be an EMT program, doesn't need to be an EMT program, any university program is eligible, a workshop on multilingualism. These were used to be called Translating Europe workshops. Now the title is Multilingualism workshops. These workshops aim to knowledge sharing, exchange of best practices, building of consortia and synergies, a plethora of resources, because what is very important and the added value of our meeting all together here today and on the previous days is networking. Because you see, there are so many projects, it's really like hard to follow up on the projects, but we can start networking because coming on site and meeting promotes our synergies and gives us a lot of ideas. LLDs have been taught in many syllabi in the EMT. Remember that Carmen Valero Garces informed you about a survey, an ongoing survey within the EMT network to map for the third time the syllabi, the LLDs taught across Europe. And we'll be hearing about the results soon, in May, probably, yes. And we have multilingual teams co-working in multilingual environments. So actually, the fact is that we are multilingual, and we work in multicultural and multilingual environments, promoting multilingualism as we work also. And there is a working group, a contact group of the National Annual Meeting on Language Arrangements, Documentation, Publications. It's a very long title, which is shared by the United Nations. This brings together DGT, SCIC, and the UN. Now, the Knowledge Center in Translation and Interpretation, Resources, Outreach and Promotion, I would say that this is unique. It's like now a joint project of DGT with its sister Directorate-General on Interpretation. I encourage you to navigate through the Knowledge Center. You need the EU login. There is a step-by-step instruction on how to register. There are a lot of communities there. You can build your own community, invite colleagues and students and PhD and master students to participate in the dialogue. It's an open space for you, for us, for everyone. And also, I could not omit the AI-based multilingual services. Oh, sorry, let me see. Have you seen that? Yes. No. Sorry, it's like, but I love it when that happens because no one knows why. This is the it's like a Twilight Zone of PowerPoint.
Creo que necesitamos apoyo.
Sí.
Creo que sí, ¿verdad?
Sí,
Necesitamos,
sí,
definitivamente, necesitamos apoyo técnico. Que no sé por qué no se pasa. Yo le he dado ahí varias veces. Sí, no, es ahora creo que sí. Sí, no.
Yes. This was KCTI, and this is KCTI. And now, moving on to the AI-based multilingual services, I have an arrow on accessible text. This is important, very important, because we're working on that as we speak. Let me see, we're here. We were discussing in one of the sessions about DeepL and access to DeepL for students. I would encourage you to use in translation, because everyone is entitled to, like everyone. Eligible users are, many users are eligible to use translation services, and they are enhanced by AI. And now we have as a field also the Court of Justice as a domain. And the new feature in the AI services, these AI services are like supported by DGT, which is working actively with DGT, with the Directorate for Technology, and DG Communication. So it's like a commission-wide initiative led by DGT. And the DGT will now have a new directorate for AI. The Technology Directorate is now for AI services and tools, for data terminology and curation. And what is ongoing is actually backstage a lot of work with many colleagues throughout the Commission in order to build a European LLM and to make AI accessible to everyone, AI services. And accessible text, oh, it's not moving again. I don't have access to accessible text. So it's,
You're still in AI.
I'm still in AI, and the AI cannot help me. It's manual.
Maybe the technician can help us again. We need the human touch.
The transition is, yeah.
I don't know if it's... Okay, let's... Not like I'm going to be able to do it, but
I don't know why. It doesn't communicate with...
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
But where does it take it? Where are we? We're here.
Well, we're there, but Anna's somewhere else.
It doesn't move. It's here?
The workshop one. Yeah. But for some reason...
No idea.
Es como que no
podemos.
La conexión...
Eso es. Muchas gracias. Okay. Back with access to accessible text. Okay. Yeah. This service aims to help users transform complex text into clear, more accessible language. It's a plain language initiative, supporting the principles of plain language and inclusive communication across the EU multilingual environment. More broadly, DGT's AI-based multilingual services are designed to support first, all official EU languages, which is an important element ensuring accessibility and linguistic inclusion across the Union, but afterwards it will be enriched with other languages. Now, while the tools are primarily developed for EU, The underlying approach, what the methodology that is being developed right now, is going to secure AI services available to public administrations, academia and other stakeholders, and also contribute to improving access to multilingual communication for smaller linguistic communities. You can see that now, English with the languages in development, as we speak, all European languages are in development for the accessible text facility. Okay, and you can go to the AI toolkit of the Commission and have access to accessible text. It really, because there is another tool called eSummary, this one is like, it really works very well. We have tried it and we use it at the Commission to make, you know, the European text in plain language is like an endeavor and a challenge because we need to make citizens understand us better. E-translation. Now, it is available in all EU languages and is going now to be deployed in other languages too. And we have Arabic, Chinese, Icelandic, Japanese, Norwegian, Russian, Turkish, and Ukrainian. But the new feature also is that if you go to domain, we have Court of Justice case law. This is very, very important for legal translation and for legal services, because the Court of Justice, the corpus that they have from the Court of Justice, with primarily French being the source language, is very, very rich. It's very much enhanced in legal terminology. So if you go to the domain Court of Justice, you will have a very accurate legal translation. I've tried it myself, and also this is because also the pair of languages that they work at the court is French to other languages. And many times the English case law, English legal terminology is a bit different from European terminology. So the corpus is quite accurate because it comes from the judgments and all the case law. Now, except for the tools and the facilities and AI in our lives, we have a supportive legislative EU framework, Recital 60 of the AI Act. You see that it promotes accuracy and non-discriminatory nature and transparency of the AI systems used in context of asylum and border control management. So once they are deployed, there is a safeguarding, the guarantee. This recital is also afterwards in the articles of the AI Act, it is depicted, but it explains the logic, the rationale behind AI deployment in public services when it comes to asylum, migration, and border control management. We have regulation. It's a regulation, not a directive, so actually it's binding for everyone. The applicant should be informed properly of his or her rights and obligations in a timely manner and in a language that he or she understands or is reasonably supposed to understand in writing and, if necessary, orally. It's Recital 31 and Article 12 of the regulation. So EU law provides the legal right for migrants, specifically asylum seekers, to be interviewed in their own language, because the language that he or she understands, and I would say also it and they, if I may, understand, is usually the mother tongue. Thank you, mil gracias. It's time to delve deeper into subjects of our workshop today. What I presented in a nutshell was what we have already been discussing. I just want you to remember that we are at DGT, at the EMT, the unit of knowledge management, communication, all the units AI, we are at your disposal. We have the channel open on Teams, but also you do see my email there. I'm accessible and available. And I would like to thank you also. This is, I tried to say σας ευχαριστώ, Greek, είναι λίγο κομμερό. And sorry for the...
It does not want to help me today. Okay, never Okay, so now we're going to begin our first round table, which is translation and accessibility, and we'll be presenting the view of the EU. I would like to present, you've already met Anna Kokkinidou from the Directorate-General for Translation Europe from the European Commission, but she will also be presenting Anna Solemena. Okay, and then online we have David Prpa, I hope I have pronounced this correctly, from the DG Home, and it's also a great pleasure to have him online. And we also have with us today María Valles, who is from the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in Spain. And I will now give the floor to our moderator, who is Lieven Buysse, from the European Network for Public Service Interpreting and Translation. And I thank them all for being here.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I know it's not very easy to make it to the final conference day's first session. Usually the graveyard slot is the final session, but in my experience, for many people, mentally, the graveyard slot is the first session. But you all seem very much awake. Thank you very much for that. Interpreters and translators are often very invisible because we don't want to be visible in many cases. We provide services to services. We provide auxiliary support to whoever needs it. But that also means that we're often also forgotten when new plans are being developed, for instance, when new regulations, acts, and so on are being developed. As has already been mentioned earlier today, but also earlier in the conference, geopolitics means that people are on the move and are probably going to continue to be on the move for quite some time, which leads to all sorts of issues. Within Europe, we know what it's like to deal with multilingualism, 24 official languages in the EU itself, and on top of that, a lot of languages of lesser diffusion. Now, the background to what we will be discussing today is a new initiative. It's an initiative that was taken a couple of years ago, but that will take effect in June of this year, which is a new pact on asylum and migration. And interestingly, this pact, from the very start, already indicated, enshrined within its own documents, that interpretation and translation should be given due attention, which is very interesting. That doesn't always happen, but it is a clear cue, or it acted as a clear cue for all ensuing regulations, directives, and documentation to indeed take this on board. That is the main background of what we will be talking about today. The panel has already been introduced. What we will do is first give the floor to each of the panelists who will talk about accessibility in general, translation and accessibility, translation and interpretation and accessibility from their own perspectives, as you've already been introduced to them. We'll start, and you can see that everything is very coherent, that everything has a very nice flow, and even an echo, which means that we can simply transition very smoothly from the opening of today's sessions to the first speaker of this round table, and that is Anna.
Okay. This also, it's Friday the 13th, huh? Now I remember it. So PowerPoint is going to get its reference.
It's the day that PowerPoint doesn't work.
No.
Okay. Or that I don't know. Which one is the order, no?
Yes. Let's dare to open it. Let's see. We have to go to the other environment, like this. This will work. Okay. It's a great honor also. And I wish to thank also, not in Silvocomero, but in English, the interpreters, of course, and the students and all the support that we had. It has been amazing. And yes, Anna Solemena, we work very closely with Anna. So I'm an Anna representing an Anna. she couldn't be here with us today because of her obligations. She's a senior expert on multilingualism from the European Commission. We work very closely with Anna Solemena for the EMT network, and also the EMT network is a multilingualism project from EAC. So Anna has been also a member of the supervisory committee for selecting the EMT network. So we really like work with the multilingualism unit and with DG EAC. Now, EU policy on multilingualism and language diversity, they're part of our cultural identity, indispensable for mobility, cooperation, and mutual understanding across borders. Mobility is also a key word here because I recently read also about the United States, that the United States, they have a lot of mobility compared to the European Union. We are sometimes reluctant to leave our home countries to go work within the European Union, even though we have the right to. For someone in the United States going from East Coast to West Coast, relocating for the whole family and taking the baggages and living for another place for a job reason is quite usual. Whereas in Europe, in the European Union, because of the languages and the need to be multilingual, when we encourage multilingualism, we directly encourage mobility. Of course, the use of languages and language education, as well as translation education, interpretation education, they are EU member states' competence. Education is a national competence, and at the EU level, we can support, guide, sponsor, fund, through Erasmus and other projects, initiatives in education, but we don't, EU doesn't have like a final say. Of course, it's like the role is supportive and the role is encouraging and like coordinating on a pan-European level. The Commission complements their action and supports linguistic diversity with its programs for education and culture, research, digital transformation, and cross-border cooperation, and of course the ECML in Graz in Austria, and the Council of Europe with a project now here, multilingual classrooms. The ECML is also the expert center, like CEDEFOP for formation professionnelle. The ECML is for languages. So actually we also encourage, I think that if I remember right, that ECML has national contact points in every member state. So you can always reach out to the national contact points, as you can reach out to the field officers of DGT and to the representations in the home country to discuss opportunities, funding opportunities, projects, and whatever assistance you need. There is a council recommendation on a comprehensive approach to the teaching and learning of languages. You see that it's a recommendation because the European Union does not have the competence, so we can recommend. At the end of upper secondary school, young people should be able to fully use a language of schooling, confidently use another European language, use a third language with a degree of fluency, and we also promote language awareness, value linguistic diversity, using it as a learning resource. It is a learning resource. I remember CLIL courses, like from ECML, and a lot of resources. And what's happening right now with interconnectivity, and that we can cooperate remotely, and we can enhance cooperation. There are a lot of transversal opportunities with ECML and the member states. Most Europeans support the promotion of multilingualism, so we live and prosper in a society that is in favor of multilingualism. You can see the statistics. 86% totally agree that at least one language except their mother tongue should be spoken in the EU, should be used in the EU. Also, we have a consensus of 84% that regional and minority languages should be protected, and improving language skills should be a policy priority. We have a 76% saying yes, absolutely yes. Erasmus program education, Erasmus Plus, program education in youth and sport. The budget is 26.2 billion euros, so actually it has been very much enhanced. And early language learning, and the learning of our languages is further promoted within Erasmus as a priority, as a research priority. And I remember that there is an initiative, a project, a pan-European project for early language learning, and I wanted to learn more about the EMT network because programs that offer early language learning want also to have a community of practice. This is something that is very, very useful to organize and coordinate because we can actually have an overlook, an overview of what is being done across the EU. Examples of projects promoting language learning, inclusion in the cultural integration of migrants and refugees. You can see them there, there are many. Game On with game-based language learning. Actually, you know that many young learners now learn by gaming, that's for sure. Tandem Care Inclusion App, it's a mobile app which has been deployed for collaborative language and cultural learning. We have volunteer language support projects, AI-based tools. Also the use of the AI-based tools that we mentioned before is actually provided for within Erasmus projects. Because if you go to the AI tools of the Commission, you can see that IPSO candidates, candidates for competitions and communities that, and organizations that participate for Erasmus, they have access to the tools. Home language promotion initiatives like musicology or music-based projects like whistling, of course. We support migrants integration by home language learning and Sibley digitally included finalized project helping migrants and refugees with digital formats and language education inclusion. Of course, the database of EAC about Erasmus projects ongoing now for LLDs and migrant inclusion and language learning are plenty. Anna mentioned these ones as best practices, as I know, because there are like so many that you can navigate through the database of some of them are ongoing, some of them are finalized, some of them are going to have follow-ups. What happens, you know, when you have a successful Erasmus, you can extend it and then apply for the continuation of the project. Small-scale partnerships for the purposes of multilingualism and inclusion are also promoted because they are simple administrative requirements for lower grant amounts. We're talking about, I would say, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, depends ad hoc, but it's easier to apply for them when you have a project in mind that you can later expand, but to kick off the project, you can begin with a small-scale partnership. To find examples of projects, as we mentioned before, you can go to Erasmus Plus project results. The ones that Anna Solemena said before are very good practices. And of course, you can consult the Erasmus program guide and contact the Erasmus Plus national agencies. Also the ECML contact points and also the DGT field offices. We have a lot of support in the member states, and really from our experience working with Sarah and Laura, they are very helpful and they do the best. So this was, thank you. I won't whistle for Anna, don't worry. This was the presentation from Anna Solemena. She sends her best regards, and she really regrets that she couldn't be here with, because of, she had to replace, I think that she had like prior obligations that didn't make it possible. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Anna, and Anna, virtually and physically present. This is the perspective of multilingualism, which is, of course, one of the ways of enhancing accessibility, but there is also translation and interpreting that enhances accessibility, and especially when it comes to people newly arriving in a country that is most important, probably. So let's now go online, perhaps, to someone who's joining us online. There he is, David Prpa. Thank you very much for being with us online. You are from the Directorate-General for Migration and Home Affairs, so that's a completely different perspective, but a most crucial perspective to what we are talking about today. You have the floor.
Buenos días a todos. Me voy a presentar primero en español, pero luego la presentación la voy a dar en inglés. Mi nombre es Prpa, trabajo en la unidad de asilo en la Dirección-General de Migración y Asuntos de Interior en Bruselas. Y los últimos ya bastantes años estuve trabajando en las negociaciones sobre el nuevo pacto sobre migración y asilo. En mi otra vida, hace años, de hecho, estuve viviendo en Alcalá de Henares y trabajando en el Centro de Lenguas en la Universidad de Alcalá. Y me hubiera encantado estar ahí con vosotros, pero felizmente, dado que en este momento tenemos muchísimo trabajo sobre la implementación del pacto, no pude viajar a Alcalá. Pero muchas gracias por la invitación y espero que mi presentación sea útil. No sé si tengo que subir la presentación yo o alguien ahí la va a poner. No sé qué es más fácil.
Tú porque es más fácil tú manejar.
Vale, lo voy a hacer.
Vale.
Okay, I will switch now to English, only because I don't really know the terminology of the pact in Spanish, so to avoid any confusion. I can only see my presentation on the screen, so I hope you can see it and you can hear me well. If not, please stop me. So I will give you a couple of details about the pact itself, about the negotiations and what the role of the interpreter is in this, which is a very important role in the asylum process. And starting with the pact itself. So the pact, it's a huge reform of the current system. So a number of new legislative instruments, I think in total there are 10, which reform the common European asylum system and integrating different EU policies, be it migration management, border management, asylum, and also integration as one of the key elements. The negotiations on the pact were very, very long. There were some legislative proposals that were tabled in 2016 already, then they were withdrawn, they were adapted. The new pact was presented again in 2020, and then it was a period of intense negotiation. The pact was adopted and entered into force in 2024. But will enter into application in June this year. So there's only 3 months left. And as you can imagine, there is still some work to be done. It's a very comprehensive reform, so member states need to really invest a lot of time, effort, and money, of course, to have the system in place. So the pact, throughout the different legal instruments, one can see that the language and the culture of people coming to Europe is extremely important. Is an extremely important element to take into account, and the pact reinforces some of the guarantees that exist some of the safeguards and the rights that people coming to the EU and asking for international protections have. So already today, the interpreters are involved in the asylum procedure, but in the new pact and the new rules, they will be present even more. Why the language itself is very important? Well, my colleagues already mentioned a lot of the aspects. Also, one of the very key aspects for the pact is the provision of information to applicants. So when the persons come to the EU, and so even before applying for asylum, but especially afterwards, they're given a number of explanations and information on the procedure that will be applied in their particular case, about what their rights are, what their obligations are. And this is an aspect that has been negotiated quite a lot between the co-legislators, so between the council, which is member states, and the parliament on the other side. And these materials, a lot of them have been developed together with the European Union Agency for Asylum. And a lot of focus was placed on making these material understandable. So the leaflets, the booklets, the electronic material, everything has to be provided in a clear and plain language. So the information, there are some standardized leaflets, but the information can also be given and should be given orally sometimes and explained. It is also tailored to the age of the applicant, so a lot of material is child-friendly. All this material was tested for the last couple of years on actual people and discussed with them and adapted to really make it user-friendly. So as I said, a lot of information about the next steps of the procedure, what their rights are throughout the procedure, what the consequences are if they don't follow the rules. Then a very important aspect is also legal remedies. So in case a person receives a negative decision for international protection, they can of course appeal, etc. Another key aspect, of course, is the integration, because it's not enough just to provide international protection to people in need. It is also important to integrate the people. So a part of the pact, legal instrument on reception condition, focuses on these aspects, on these elements from language courses, etc., which is linked, of course, to the access to education, language courses, etc. And before going to talk about the interpreters, I will just also mention the role or the presence of cultural mediators. So this is a practice that some member states have already. So to have a person who's knowledgeable of the culture of a particular applicant, of particular person, and at the personal interview. So it's not an obligation. Simply because it was decided or concluded that it is not realistic at this time because it's not so widespread, but it is widely encouraged. So member states are encouraged to have cultural mediators because this helps also to facilitate this communication because you know very well that it's not all about verbal but also non-verbal signs and cultural traits that may be hidden at first. And when I say personal interview, just to explain this, so this is the interview, the key element of the asylum process where the applicant explains his or her case and reasons why they come. So you see why it's very important that at this stage you have communication that is very clear. I will switch now to the role of the interpreter here. So, as I said, interpreters are already now involved, but under the new pact, they're mentioned explicitly in several instruments that you can see here. I will not go into all of them. The key one, I would say, is the first on the asylum procedure regulation, which is the piece of legislation that explains the the types of procedures and the rights and obligations, special procedural guarantees, so vulnerabilities, what happens if an applicant is an unaccompanied minor, etc., legal remedies, etc., and so on and so forth. So here, in a couple of provisions, there is a mention of the interpreter, who plays really the key role in all stages of the asylum procedure. So now they will be present not only for the personal interview, which is, as I said, the key moment in the process where it's really crucial to have good understanding between the asylum officer and the applicant, but also in the previous stages. So when they come, they will be assisted by an interpreter when the application is registered. So this is the stage when all the formal information is taken, where they come from, name, identity, biometrics are taken, etc. And also lodging, which is the next step, when they provide all the documents that they have, certificates, anything that they have on themselves. So as I said, during this registration, lodging, and the interview, the member states has an obligation to provide an interpreter. So it's not a possibility, it's an obligation, because it's a safeguard, it's a right that an applicant has. So this is the administrative part of the procedure. So this, when the person comes, explain their case, and then there is an examination period. Also to say that the interpretation is to be provided from public funds, so this is also something that member states have to plan in advance. Moving forward, so apart from this administrative stage, there is also appeal stage. So if a person receives a negative decision, they can appeal, and they also have a right, apart from the legal advice, they also have a right to have an interpreter if there is a hearing before the court or a tribunal on their particular case. Throughout the negotiation, there were a lot of discussions on who can interpret or who should interpret. As you know, in 27 member states, there are quite a lot of discrepancies and differences in terms of professional level or requirements when it comes to interpreting. So it was a serious attempt to try to harmonize a bit this approach. What the pact says that priority should be given to those interpreters who have the relevant training. So the European Union Agency for Asylum has a series of training modules on different aspects of the procedure. So not only procedural part, but on union law, on international law when it comes to asylum, also different, I would say, more technical aspects, etc. So all this is a very comprehensive program of training, and those interpreters who have this training should be given priority, of course, in order to ensure the highest possible quality of interpretation. As you can see, the text says priority needs to be given, but it doesn't say that this training is obligatory, precisely because on the one hand, we wanted to ensure highest possible quality, but at the same time, we had to take into account the reality. Which means that in some cases, and we were discussing really very particular real cases of interpreters who were covering very rare language combinations or some dialects that very few people speak. And of course, in this case, you cannot also insist that the person should have a master's degree in migration and asylum, which was also one of the elements that was discussed previously or throughout the negotiation. So this was let's say, a middle ground. Middle ground being that member states have this obligation to ensure that the people who interpret do know the terminology, do know the key concepts, etc. How they will do this? Well, here the member states have a bit of flexibility, so there are different methods. Some provide leaflets or booklets. Some have online trainings as well, based on this training of the Agency for Asylum. So a lot of effort was put into ensuring that there is an acceptable and a good quality of interpretation. Also, I would flag that the EUAA itself, so the agency, can provide assistance in a number of things related to the pact and the procedure for asylum, and one of them is also interpreting. This is especially important, as I said, in some rare language combinations when it's very difficult to find an interpreter who speaks this particular language or a dialect, and here the agency sometimes steps in and sends their experts. And just a very last slide on my behalf is this practical guide on interpretation, which was developed following the adoption of the pact. So this is a guide that it's really comprehensive. It's mostly for interpreters, but also those who organize the work of interpreters and all those who want to understand better how interpretation works. So also the asylum officers who do the interviews should be aware of it to know how to work with interpreters. It explains their role, the essential rule that I'm sure all of you who have worked or work as interpreters know to a large extent, and also goes a little bit through the procedure itself, explaining the various steps and what is done at which moment to facilitate also the work of the interpreters themselves. This was a joint development, so it was led by the Agency for Asylum, but a number of organizations were involved, as you can see. So it was experts from not only the EU, but also non-EU countries that were involved, from the Commission as well, and this is UNHCR and European Council for Refugees and Exiles, etc. I leave you also the link. And so this is a publication that is publicly available at the site of the European Union Agency for Asylum. So if you don't have it, I encourage you to download it. It's quite practical, very, very useful. And I think I will stop at this. Happy to take, of course, any questions if there are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David Prpa. Just because you can't see us, let me give you a sense of how your presentation was viewed from the room. You and your slides were extensively photographed, which testifies to the relevance, the high relevance of what you've been saying. I think a lot of what you've been saying is new information to us, and it was quite comprehensive and concise at the same time, which is all what we were longing for. So thank you very much for obliging. And then our final speaker in this round table is María Valles, who will be, or Buysse? I'm just pretending to know Spanish.
Valles is perfect.
Who will provide us with a perspective that is considerably broader than that of the EU, namely that from the UNHCR. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Voy a hablar en inglés, ¿no? Pero bueno, dar las gracias, por supuesto, a la universidad y a Carmen, y bueno, a muchos amigos de la oficina que están aquí. Y bueno, un saludo de Juan Carlos Arnaiz, que es la persona en la oficina que lleva este tema, y yo estoy un poco aquí de invitada y trataré de dar una visión y ser práctica, ¿no? I will switch to English now. Closer, right? Okay. Thank you. Well, I will be briefer, I think, that my colleagues in the round table, but I will try to be practical. What was our experience in the last years in Spain as UNHCR? I will start with, brief presentation on UNHCR. I'm sure that all of you are familiar, but yet in case. Globally, no. ¿Este mejor? Vale. ¿Este lo apago o cómo?
No, no te preocupes, ya lo encargo yo de...
Perfect. Okay. So I will start by presenting UNHCR, the agency, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. That's why in English is UNHCR. UNHCR is easy. In Spain, in Spanish is ACNUR, which is a lot different. But yeah, I mean, I will try to explain briefly our role globally and in Spain, and then I will try to share some experiences here in Spain and also globally, and finally I will try to put on the table the challenges that the pact is bringing on our views, but also the opportunities, as David was mentioning, because we think it's a good opportunity to harmonize the safeguards, and one of the main one is the interpretation. So for us, it's an opportunity. Well, to begin with, UNHCR and the role, why we are in this roundtable. Well, we have this role, legal role, on the international context. We have the mandate from the General Assembly to actually monitor the Geneva Convention for Refugees, the 1951 Convention, which is the umbrella of the cornerstone of the EU Pact. Well, not just the EU Pact, but the previous acquis, and legally speaking, we have the obligation to be helpful for member states and also for the EU. So that's why we have to be here and being constructive and helpful. But also our role is to monitor whether the refugees and asylum seekers are being treated with the rights. That's why I was discussing with Carmen the other day that we always ask the initiatives to mention refugees and not just migrants, because refugees and migrants, as is said in the pact, is something that we have in what we call mixed flows. So it's very difficult to know whether this person is a refugee or this person is gonna be granted with asylum. So that's why it's a very, very complex issue, and that's why interpretation is key, but also because of many the languages sometimes why the persons are persecuted, as Sana was saying. So it's very key. This is the context, what happened in Spain. In Spain, UNHCR is permanently present in Spain since 1978. Spain is part of the Geneva Convention, so we are mentioned in the law. The current law, the Spanish law, is from 2009. Article 2 mention the right of the asylum seekers to have an interpreter. So we have this legal context. And for UNHCR, we have the role of being consulted in the border procedure, and also in the THEAR, which is the Interministerial Commission for discussing the cases. And what happened with the Spanish model, you know better than me, that has a lot of challenges, because Spain does not have a body of interpreters in the context of asylum. So with this number of asylum claims, that I was checking, but every time I have to check the figure, which is it's very high. I mean, we are talking about top 3, top 4 country among the EU plus context. So we are talking about 144,000 applicants last year. It's true that many are from Latin America and Spanish speakers, but not all. So we are in this context. So we have these numbers. We receive asylum seekers through the sea, through the coast, but also through the airports, by air, in Ceuta y Melilla by land. So we are very complex context as in Spain. So there are a lot of challenges, but also opportunities. Well, what happened? What UNHCR did these years? Well, we start to try to discuss with the Ministry of Interior the need to improve the relation with the contractor of services. A lot of steps done last years, but there's still a lot to do. But we have also a group, an experts. Many of them are here with us. We try to promote the professional approach. So at that work group, we have NGOs, but also professional universities and the authorities, not just the Ministry of Interior, but also the Ministry of Inclusion and the National Police, because it's a very challenging issue, but because of lack of capacity of the Ministry of Interior, the body actually doing the interviews for asylum are National Police. So looking at whether the National Police has this body of interpreters, we come to the title of our session today. Well, not the session, but also the Congress, because we are talking about the body of interpreters for Arabic, English, French, full stop. We cannot see any more capacity, so the challenges are huge. Well, what happened with I will try to give you a good practice and what we did to actually address a challenge of sea arrivals. As you know, in 2022, sea arrivals in the Canaries started to grow in important numbers. So we started to see that the capacity of the actors were very limited in terms of languages. So no interpreters available in disembarkation, no interpreters available in documentation previous to the asylum procedure, because the pact is very important, as David was saying, in the previous phase of the asylum procedure, which is the screening procedure. So with the pact, we will be having this screening procedure for all sea arrivals, the irregular arrivals. And now we don't think that Spain is ready to cover these these profiles arriving by sea, not just in the Canaries, but also in the Balearic Island now. But what happened at that time, in 2022, we started to see how the languages with lesser diffusion, like Bambara, Soninke, Wolof, started to be the main languages for those arriving. So we were talking about 10,000 of Malians arriving with no idea of not understanding French at all. So, and Senegalese, for example, the top 2 nationality, speaking Wolof and not French. So, in terms of this for the context of identifying refugees and among migrants, this is absolutely key because it's very often we listen with sub-Saharan African migrants, but sub-Saharan African is a very broader term, no? So in the office we are very small office with very low budget, but we started to think in what to do to promote good practices and to bring this message to authorities. And since then, we have a project of interpreters. We started with 14. Now we have only 3, but we started to try to bring the opportunity to those fluent in these languages, Bambara, Soninke, Wolof, to give them the opportunity to be professionals, because there is this issue of not having, these very difficult systems to actually to pay them and to contract them. But we started with this project. Now is very small, but still here. The other day, yesterday, we went to help Red Cross in a center here because a very important number of Sudanese are arriving in Ceuta, for example, and they don't have the capacity among the technical team. They have Bambara, Soninke, and Wolof, but they don't have Arabic. So it's always an issue, and we are always there. We have a glossary as well between ACTEM, the NGO working with us, and UNHCR, a glossary on terms on international protection. So it's super important. I can tell you during a workshop with interpreters in the Canaries, we spent 3 hours discussing on the word refugee. So it's not easy. It's very interesting, very challenging, but I think we have a very big challenge. So we have also the handbook on interpreters with the help of this university. Is in Spanish. So we have this tool as well, and also the videos. Our videos, we have a 10-minute video for info provision that are translated in all these languages. I think it's 8 or 7 languages. So it's something that we can also offer. And for the pact, let's see. Just the last thing that I would like to say is that just one year and a half ago, the Spanish authorities decided to do a public consultation on the pact, and they mentioned interpretation as a challenge. So, we didn't see yet how they are going to address this issue. There are good practices in Italy, for example, with a very good project with IOM, working with the police in disembarkation. we don't have this, but let's see, and we'll be here to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much for providing this complementary perspective, a very interesting one, I think. This is also something that we often don't get an insight into, so I think this was very eye-opening to a lot of people in the room. I'm afraid that we don't have time for questions because we started 15 minutes late and therefore we've not managed to catch that up. But I would like to invite you here in the room to address the panelists during the break later on this morning, if you have any questions or any insights you would like to share. Allow me to thank the people in the panel, Anna Kokkinidou, David Prpa and María Valles. And, of course, let's also thank the interpreters for a wonderful job, doing a lot of code switching between Spanish and English. I think this was a very rich roundtable. Thank you for organizing this. It already makes us look forward to ENPSIT 10, perhaps. But if you can't wait that long to exchange ideas, let me take advantage of the fact that I've got the microphone. Already this year, in December, the 10th and 11th of December, note that down, 10 and 11 December, there is another wonderful conference, In Dialogue conference. Just Google In Dialogue Oslo, because that's the exotic place where it's going to take place. We are still accepting abstract proposals until the end of April, so that still gives you some time to put something together. For now, thank you very much, and let me give the floor to the next roundtable.
Thank you.
¿Dónde están? Fuera. Voy a decirlo.
Buenos días. Buenos días. Morning. Buen día. Comenzamos esta segunda mesa redonda del Translating Europe Workshop de hoy. Mi nombre es Pilar Sánchez-Gijón. Muchísimas gracias a la organización por invitarme a moderar esta mesa en la que estoy convencida voy a aprender muchísimo. Tenemos 3 autoridades en la materia en cuanto a... Perdón.
Morning. If one of you want to listen to this roundtable with interpreting, we have QRs in posters outside from the room. You can just scan it with a phone, or we can pass now, and you can get it from my phone or from the phone of one of our students. And you need headphones also. If you don't have them, we have outside. We can leave it for you, but they are the old system. So you need the entry, the special entry, the hijack. If not, maybe you have your own phones and you can get to the interpreting. So thank you, and sorry, Pilar.
No worries. Sí. Bueno, decíamos, contamos con 3 voces muy autorizadas para hablar sobre la formación, el desarrollo de los profesionales y la mejora de las competencias. Como todos sabemos, en este país la formación de traductores e intérpretes tiene una larga tradición. Sin embargo, nos vemos obligados cada cierto tiempo a revisar cuáles son las necesidades en nuestro contexto, en nuestra realidad, y cómo adaptar la formación y la competencia, las competencias, la adquisición de competencias a esta realidad. Tenemos con nosotros lo voy a decir por orden de intervención, si os parece, a Juan Miguel Ortega de la Universidad de Alicante y también de UNETI. A continuación tenemos a Leticia Fidalgo de la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria y aquí a mi lado tenemos a Carmen de las Heras de la Comisión Española de Ayuda al Refugiado. Vamos a hacer unas breves intervenciones, o mejor dicho, los ponentes harán unas breves intervenciones en primer lugar e intentaremos abrir el debate al público a continuación. Juan Miguel, adelante, gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Pilar. En primer lugar, pues muchas gracias a las organizadoras de esta 9ª edición del Congreso aquí en la Universidad de Alcalá. Es un placer estar aquí y también agradecer a la antena de la Dirección-General de Traducción en España por haberme invitado a participar en esta mesa. Muy brevemente, como se quedamos mal de tiempo, no me extenderé mucho. Haré una breve presentación de qué es UNETI para aquellos que no lo conozcan. Además, en el programa creo que hay una pequeña confusión. UNETI es la Asociación de Universidades del Estado Español con titulaciones oficiales de traducción e interpretación, ¿no? Nuestra asociación agrupa a 24 universidades socias españolas, 19 de ellas son públicas y 5 son privadas o tienen un régimen mixto. No me voy a extender en la historia de la asociación. Y el objetivo de la asociación básicamente es realizar actividades que promuevan una docencia, una investigación de máxima calidad y también, teniendo en cuenta un poco el contexto español profesional, contribuir a que se reconozca la capacitación profesional de nuestros y nuestras egresados y egresadas y el ejercicio profesional de la traducción y la interpretación, ¿no? Nuestras universidades ofrecen la práctica totalidad de los programas de grado en traducción e interpretación que hay en España, además de másteres oficiales en la materia, programas de doctorado y sin contar pues toda la formación continua o títulos propios que se puedan ofrecer. Algunos de ellos forman parte de la red de másteres europeos, que es quien también patrocina un poco esta mesa, y también de la red europea de másteres de interpretación. Y para aquellos que nos visiten desde otros países de la Unión Europea, es importante destacar que en España la formación de grado es de 4 años y el posgrado es de 1, que en otros países europeos es el 3+2, ¿vale? Eso es importante que lo tengan en cuenta, dado que en nuestros programas de grado a veces llegan un poquito más allá de lo que a lo mejor se puede llegar en programas de grado en otros países. Sí quería, para luego poder responder un poco y contribuir al debate, destacar cuáles son los elementos que consideramos o que considero que son importantes o que contribuyen a la profesionalización de una determinada actividad. Y el primero de ellos, sin duda, es la formación. Sin una formación no se puede aspirar, en este caso, a que la traducción o la interpretación sean reconocidas profesionalmente. Puede haber diferencias según países, según regiones, hay múltiples modelos curriculares, pero de un modo u otro esa formación tiene que ofrecerse, tiene que existir. Y esa formación tiene que ser identificada como un elemento que contribuye a preparar a esos profesionales por parte de los agentes que los van a emplear. Creo que eso es fundamental. También tiene que haber unos órganos de participación profesional a través de asociaciones profesionales, colegios profesionales, que también pueden tener su papel, de hecho lo tienen, en lo que es formación continuada, especialización, pero siempre hay que verlo de forma complementaria a la formación que se puede dispensar desde el ámbito académico, que bueno, sigue unos criterios, sigue unos procedimientos que pretenden asegurar su calidad y que todo está en orden. A veces demasiados controles y demasiado papeleo, ¿no? Y luego no podemos olvidar bueno, no sé si me gusta esa expresión que voy a usar, es el control de acceso a la profesión, que se puede hacer de distintas formas. Una de ellas es la certificación, contar con una certificación profesional, que sirve un poco para establecer unos umbrales competenciales que garantizan unos niveles mínimos, ¿no? De las personas que van a desempeñar esa actividad. Esto, claro, en cada país puede funcionar de forma diferente, pero bueno, ante la disparidad en un campo como el nuestro, de itinerario formativo, de variedad de lenguas, el contar con unas herramientas de certificación profesional puede contribuir a dar esas garantías que los usuarios necesitan cuando recurren a los servicios de un intérprete o de un traductor. Hay distintos modelos adaptados a las realidades sociales y profesionales inmediatas, ¿no? Destacar que muchas veces las entidades certificadoras deben ser entes independientes y lo ideal sería que fueran independientes incluso de las entidades que forman, para garantizar que se respetan esos principios de comparabilidad, de fiabilidad y que realmente se mide lo que se quiere medir, ¿no? Tenemos ejemplos muy destacados en Australia, en el Reino Unido, con sistemas de certificación muy consolidados que certifican en una amplia variedad de lenguas, incluidas lenguas de difusión limitada, ¿no? En otros países se ha optado porque esa certificación recaiga en una asociación profesional, o en otros, como puede ser el caso de Bélgica en el ámbito judicial, se ha vinculado esa certificación a la conclusión de unos cursos de formación con un examen final, unos cursos que están avalados, digamos, por las autoridades competentes, ¿no? Pero lo importante es que haya un sistema. Si tenemos un sistema podemos mejorarlo. El problema es cuando no tenemos ningún tipo de sistema y sobre eso volveremos luego en el caso de España, ¿no? Y el otro elemento serían pues, los registros profesionales donde se integrarían esas personas que están debidamente cualificadas o cuentan con la debida certificación. Por supuesto, hace falta también que todo esto sea reconocido por las autoridades y por los proveedores de servicios, es decir, que reconozcan de forma directa porque protegen una profesión por ley o porque establecen o participan en ese control de acceso, o de forma indirecta porque se reconoce que bueno, hay una formación que prepara a las personas que van a desempeñar esas actividades. Si pasamos y trasladamos estas ideas al caso concreto de las lenguas de menor difusión en España, en primer lugar, creo que habría que ponerse de acuerdo, si es posible, en qué es esto de una lengua de menor difusión. Incluso la denominación ya puede ser confusa, ¿no? Se ha hablado en el pasado de lenguas minoritarias, exóticas, raras, y bueno, al final se acuña este término un poco más políticamente correcto de lengua de menor difusión, si bien es cierto que bueno, puede incluir distintos aspectos, ¿no? Uno de ellos es que es una lengua que tiene pocos hablantes en un ámbito concreto, lo que imposibilita encontrar intérpretes. Pero no hay que perder de vista que también es crucial entender estas lenguas como aquellas que bien no tienen recursos para la formación de intérpretes o lenguas que directamente no están presentes en el panorama académico. No hay formación universitaria para estas lenguas, ¿no? O incluso lenguas en las que no hay personal certificado o cualificado, ¿no? Y evidentemente la realidad puede variar muchísimo. La realidad que pueda presentar Leticia sobre Canarias en cuanto a lenguas de difusión limitada no tiene por qué coincidir con la realidad de Alicante, incluso tratándose de un ámbito, si nos centramos en un ámbito como la protección internacional. Es decir, los perfiles pueden variar, las necesidades pueden variar y eso es lo que hace que esto sea algo más complejo de gestionar desde el punto de vista de la formación. Entonces, la formación, como ya se ha aludido antes, hay un desequilibrio en España entre la oferta y la demanda. La medida en que nuestros programas universitarios, la formación se articula en torno a la clasificación clásica de lenguas A, B y C. La A suele ser el español o las lenguas cooficiales. La B, en todos los centros, se ofrece inglés. En algunos se ofrece francés. En muchos menos se ofrece alemán y se está replanteando. Y solamente un centro ofrece lengua B, árabe, por ejemplo. Luego hay una segunda lengua extranjera donde se amplía un poco el elenco de lenguas. Ahí ya entran lenguas como el árabe, el ruso, el chino, el japonés, el portugués, pero aún así sigue siendo una oferta limitada por razones evidentes. E incluso los centros que ofertan una tercera lengua extranjera, que amplía un poco más si cabe, el panorama también pues, bueno, es de forma optativa y muy reducida. A todo eso se une que en el caso concreto de la interpretación, normalmente solamente se forma en interpretación en la lengua B y en el mejor de los casos un poquito en la lengua C. Con lo cual vamos viendo cómo se va complicando. Además, esta estructuración A, B y C choca muchas veces con el perfil de nuevos alumnos que estamos teniendo, que son pues, inmigrantes de segunda generación, hablantes de lenguas de herencia, que incluso a lo mejor no ven en los planes de estudios que cursan lenguas que ellos hablan en casa. Sin embargo, esto es una baza que tenemos y que creo que desde el punto de vista de las lenguas de menor difusión podemos utilizar muy bien porque a partir de las competencias que adquieren en una combinación lingüística como el inglés-español, pueden transferirla a otras lenguas. Entonces, pero aún así creo que no es suficiente y hacen falta muchas más cuestiones, ¿no? Desde el punto de vista de la formación, luego ahondaremos, algunos de los perfiles lingüísticos demandados, ya se ha comentado antes, no tienen acomodo en nuestras estructuras, quizás sí en otro tipo de estructuras como formación continuada, microcredenciales, que luego mencionaremos. Los propios candidatos de algunas de estas lenguas tienen limitaciones de distinto tipo para formarse, son personas que trabajan, quizá no tengan una formación previa o sí, pueden tener una situación económica complicada que les impide acceder a la formación, incluso una situación legal compleja que también impide que puedan beneficiarse de algunas iniciativas, ¿no? Desde el punto de vista de la universidad, todo lo que se haga al margen de programas oficiales es extra. Es decir, que el profesorado, la institución, tiene que involucrarse, tiene que creer en un proyecto y hacerlo por encima de sus obligaciones habituales. Entonces, esto complica aún más, ¿no? Y muy importante, y enlazando con lo que se ha comentado en la mesa anterior, es el tema de la financiación. Todo esto cuesta dinero y alguien lo tiene que pagar. No se puede pretender que lo abonen únicamente los estudiantes. Ellos pueden cubrir una parte y a veces ni eso, en este caso concreto, ¿no? Luego podríamos entrar, no voy a las particularidades de estas lenguas en cosas tan sencillas como la diferencia entre el oral y lo escrito y el perfil que tienen los candidatos, pero no entraré, ¿no? Desde AUNETI, la propuesta que tenemos para estas lenguas, y aprovechando un poquito la situación en Canarias y esas preocupaciones que se nos han trasladado desde distintas entidades sociales, desde las autoridades, pues ha sido estamos en fase de diseñar un modelo / programa formativo tipo que se pueda adaptar a este formato de microcredencial y que constituya ese mínimo común denominador para formar de forma urgente en las destrezas más básicas a los intérpretes de estas lenguas de menor difusión, ¿no? La idea es que si todas las universidades nos ponemos de acuerdo, podemos de alguna forma poner ese sello diciendo que más o menos seguimos la misma estructura, salvando las distancias, algo similar a lo que hace la Dirección General de Traducción de la Comisión Europea con los másteres, es decir, es poner un sello de calidad. No sabemos si tenemos competencia todavía para ello, pero estamos en las fases iniciales. Sería una buena cosa porque lo que nos trasladan las entidades es que no saben, cuando se habla de intérprete cualificado, quién es, qué reciben. Ellos son expertos en otras materias, ¿no? Bueno, para mi sorpresa he visto que la Unión Europea ha decidido que sean programas de formación de la Agencia Europea de Asilo. A mí eso me plantea muchísimas dudas a nivel práctico, pero bueno, creo que podemos debatir largo y tendido en otro momento. Y fundamentalmente el tema de la financiación, el problema que plantea el encontrar financiación externa. Ahora mismo si hay financiación de la Unión Europea para estas microcredenciales. Ya hemos llevado a cabo algunas iniciativas. No estamos inventando la rueda, es decir, esas cosas ya se han hecho en el pasado, pero un poco al hilo de esta iniciativa, pues compañeros de la Universidad Pablo de Olavide ya han puesto en marcha alguna iniciativa más bien de forma altruista con algunas entidades. En Canarias, ahora pues nos comentará Leticia, se van a poner en marcha otras 2 iniciativas centradas en lenguas africanas y asiáticas. Y en la Universidad de Alicante acabamos de concluir una microcredencial orientada al ruso y el ucraniano. Con lo cual, bueno, creemos que es importante, pero, y sin entrar en el tema de los registros, decir que todo esto tiene que venir acompañado del siguiente paso, que es eso hay que reconocerlo y las autoridades lo tienen que retribuir. Es decir, ¿qué incentivo tiene formar a gente cuando luego no se les va a contratar o se les va a pagar muy poco o solo se espera que trabajen de forma voluntaria? Creo que eso es importante. Y bueno, yo creo que en cuanto a los registros, simplemente decir que en España el registro previsto en la Directiva 64/2010 ni está ni se le espera a medio plazo, no existe. Y el registro que sería similar, que tenemos un registro de intérpretes jurados, plantea problemas en estas lenguas porque para acceder a ese registro, a esos exámenes, hay que ser ciudadano de la Unión Europea y tener una carrera universitaria, con lo cual, de nuevo, puede haber unas personas que se habiliten, pero no todas. Entonces, es un tema todavía pendiente de resolver. Y lo dejo aquí, no sé si me habré pasado de tiempo.
Genial.
Muchas gracias.
Bien, muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias, Juan Miguel, por ofrecernos este panorama que precisamente lo deja en el punto perfecto para que Leticia Fidalgo desde Las Palmas de Gran Canaria nos dé una visión más local incluso y centrada en estas lenguas de menor difusión. Muchas gracias, Leticia.
Muchas gracias, Pilar. Muchas gracias a la organización tanto del Congreso como de este taller. Muchas gracias a los intérpretes. Querría saludar a una de ellas, no sé si está por ahí, porque fue antigua alumna nuestra en la Facultad de Traducción e Interpretación y creo que sería la única ocasión en mi vida en la que me ha interpretado una propia alumna. Así que da un poquito de vergüencilla y le pido perdón si no cumplo con los requisitos del buen ponente que les expliqué en clase. Así que, como han dicho, nosotros partimos de una realidad muy concreta, que es la de las Islas Canarias. A mí no me gusta hablar de frontera sur, sino de puerta a Europa, una puerta que en un momento fue de salida durante muchas décadas, como pasó, y siglos en realidad Europa, porque durante muchos siglos Europa fue una puerta de salida, y ahora somos una puerta de entrada. Una puerta de entrada por nuestra situación geográfica, hablo de Canarias, una situación tricontinental, que ya fue puente de paso a América en los viajes de Colón, que ha configurado la realidad intercultural de las Islas Canarias. No sé si ustedes aún han estado de turismo, que es por lo que se suele conocer a las Islas Canarias normalmente, y por su eterna primavera y su magnífica gente y comida. Ahora también gracias a Ana por su silbo, que por cierto en la Universidad de las Gran Canarias tenemos un aula de silbo gomero, donde enseñamos silbo a la comunidad universitaria y a los externos, porque nuestra universidad tiene una conciencia muy social, hay que decirlo. Pero volviendo al contexto de las Islas Canarias, de ser emisora de migrantes hasta los años 80 ha pasado a ser receptora. Receptora y además por vía marítima. Y no es lo mismo llegar en avión, aunque sean 8 horas de vuelo, desde Venezuela, Cuba, que son los grandes receptores, ¿no? Los grandes emisores de migrantes hacia España recientemente, que en cayuco o en patera. Porque los trayectos configuran mucho cómo se llega a Canarias. A Canarias se llega en situación de crisis humanitaria. Ahora mismo no hay una crisis humanitaria, no estamos en un momento de crisis como lo estuvo el Hierro en 2024 o Gran Canaria en 2020, pero estamos haciendo interpretación humanitaria, se está haciendo interpretación humanitaria, porque hay mucha población todavía en ese flujo mixto que comentaba antes Ana, ¿no? De migrantes, refugiados, muchos menores. Hay que tener en cuenta el contexto canario implica muchos menores, porque no sé si ustedes saben, pero los menores no son responsabilidad del Estado, sino de la comunidad autónoma. Hay una pelea ahí constante, son los menores que piden asilo, son responsabilidad del gobierno, del Estado central, del gobierno canario, y los menores van, vienen, parecen mercancías, no lo son, por favor. Entonces nos encontramos en un contexto en el que se necesita interpretación humanitaria que combina la emergencia vital, la necesidad de un bienestar físico y mental de las personas con interpretación policial, social, legal, judicial, sanitaria, y dentro de la sanitaria física y psicológica y psiquiátrica. Entonces es un contexto en el que esa necesidad de interpretación humanitaria se necesita como combinación lingüística muchas lenguas africanas y español. Y cuando digo muchas, lo decimos, normalmente hablamos de lengua y cultura, y creo que en el caso canario, como muchos en nuestro caso, en realidad, deberíamos tener el concepto de lenguas y culturas, porque África no es una, igual que Europa no es una. Y a Canarias llegan personas, incluso no solo de África, sino han llegado incluso familias enteras de Afganistán, huyendo de los talibanes en un trayecto migratorio, un proyecto migratorio de más de 2 años. Entonces, en esas circunstancias nos encontramos con que tenemos estudiantes en grado y máster de traducción e interpretación que hablan, conocen las culturas europeas, inglés, francés, alemán, un poco de ruso, un poco de árabe, algunos por herencia familiar, alguna árabe o alguna lengua de Marruecos o de la comunidad saharaui, y la necesidad de contar con intérpretes de lenguas de menor difusión en Europa. Lenguas de menor difusión que, por otra parte, son habladas por millones de personas en África, que incluso son más habladas que algunas lenguas europeas. Y eso hay que tenerlo en cuenta. Entonces, esa realidad ha aumentado, ha ampliado, y por eso me parece muy bien el título del taller general de broadening, ¿no? El concepto de ampliar varios aspectos relacionados con la formación, las competencias y la profesión. Se han ampliado, como dije, las lenguas de trabajo. Ni el inglés ni el francés son suficientes, es que son necesarios a veces, porque muchas veces la policía, la Guardia Civil, la Cruz Roja, en sus ofertas de trabajo, necesitamos intérpretes francés o con una aplicación de francés, y a los 2 días se dan cuenta, es que no sirve de nada, no sirve de nada el francés, no sirve de nada usar el Google Translate o el DeepL con el francés, porque no hablan francés. No hablan inglés, y a veces sí lo hablan, a veces encuentras personas, llegan migrantes que tienen estudios, altos estudios, pero es que acaban de llegar y los vas a poner a interpretar realmente, después a lo mejor de una trayectoria de 15 días en el mar, no se les puede pedir que sean intérpretes en ese momento. Y se hace, y se pide, pues que falta personas formadas. Vale, pero en la universidad nos gusta trabajar, a veces gratis, a veces sin reconocimiento de la ANECA, los españoles nos entenderán, y hemos podido estamos trabajando con AUNETI, con la Universidad de La Laguna, con Carmen Toledano, que ustedes muchos la conocen, en el grupo de cooperación Unidos, en el grupo de investigación Tilila, tenemos un proyecto de investigación Comunicáfrica, financiado por la Caixa y la Fundación Caja Canarias, para investigar cómo mejorar la comunicación, sobre todo en un momento muy determinado, que es la llegada al puerto. Desde la llegada al puerto hasta las llegadas a los centros de acogida. Mucho antes incluso de que se defina si alguien va a solicitar asilo o no. Es decir, justo ahí en ese momento donde los atienden la Cruz Roja, los atienden médicos y está la policía, a veces está Frontex, a veces está también ACNUR, para ver qué necesidades hay. Estamos trabajando tanto con migrantes como intérpretes, como los distintos proveedores de servicios. Hemos de decir que está siendo muy satisfactorio el trabajo con muchos proveedores de servicio. La Policía Nacional, por ejemplo, la Guardia Civil, están muy abiertos a colaborar en la formación de intérpretes, en colaborar con la universidad, y creo que es necesario decirlo y señalarlo. Luego tenemos también proyectos de innovación educativa, porque decíamos que necesitamos intérpretes ad hoc y tenemos intérpretes que no saben las lenguas, pero tenemos en este momento de no emergencia, creo que es una oportunidad ideal para desarrollar competencias que en un momento de emergencia no puedes desarrollar porque tienes que solucionar el problema. Y estamos hablando de competencias interculturales, de competencia global en estudiantes que están muy acostumbrados ya, como decía el otro día creo que Fernando Navarro, nuestros jóvenes son europeos, se consideran europeos. Van a Berlín, bueno, a un fin de semana a una rave. Pero tienen al lado una realidad multicultural, intercultural, que desconocen por completo. Y que ya no sirven aquellas referencias culturales que nos enseñaban de capitales, de literatura, no, hay que profundizar más. Entonces ahí tenemos mucho espacio, luego hablaremos de ellos, si les parece, cómo profundizar en esa competencia intercultural. Y también tenemos la oportunidad, estamos llevando a cabo proyectos de innovación educativa para trabajar con los jóvenes migrantes que están aprendiendo español lentamente, que necesitan aprender español para poder seguir en el proceso educativo con las competencias claves, necesitan aprender inglés, necesitan aprender matemáticas, y nuestros alumnos, mediante la práctica, pueden enseñarles español y mediante esa práctica también amplían su competencia global y su competencia personal. Entonces hay mucho espacio para trabajar y mejorar, y creo que debemos aprovechar tanto la colaboración interuniversitaria, intrauniversitaria, transversal con las entidades. Hay muchos ayuntamientos que tienen centros de acogida que reciben de manos abiertas cualquier ayuda que se les pueda dar. Y creo que hay mucho espacio. Falta luego reconocimiento, que a veces, por ejemplo, a la academia cada vez se le reconoce más pues, estas actividades de innovación educativa. Hace unos años decías que tenías un proyecto de innovación educativa y te decían, ¿por qué estás perdiendo el tiempo en eso? ¿No? O la cooperación también. Estar en un proyecto de cooperación no valía absolutamente nada. Esto cada vez la academia lo reconoce más. Y hasta aquí mi presentación, y luego ya en el turno de preguntas pues explicaré más cositas.
Muchísimas gracias, Leticia. Pues vamos a dar ahora la palabra a Carmen de las Heras, de la Comisión Española de Ayuda al Refugiado, que nos va a dar precisamente la perspectiva de estar en el campo.
Pues muchísimas gracias. Intentaré ser breve, que los que me conocen saben que me cuesta muchísimo ser breve, así que pues un codazo, algo a tiempo para que ya... Y nada, lo primero también dar las gracias a las organizadoras, siempre a las intérpretes. Para mí siempre es un placer, un lujo y un honor venir a la Universidad de Alcalá. Me siento como en casa, la verdad, porque llevo casi 20 años en CEAR y han sido 20 años de una estupenda colaboración con la Universidad de Alcalá, que luego se han ido extendiendo a otras universidades, lo cual me parece maravilloso. Creo que esta mesa es una buena muestra, estos ponentes de lujo, esta presentadora de lujo, creo que es una buena muestra de lo importante y lo necesaria que es la relación entre las universidades y las entidades, las administraciones, o sea, las personas los profesionales que atienden a estas personas, y las universidades que en estos 20 años, claro, ya soy un poco mayor, entonces me ha dado tiempo a ver como la evolución de estos temas, y realmente creo que hay motivos para estar contentos y para estar tristes. Contentos porque creo que hay gente que ha hecho muy bien los deberes, por así decir, como las universidades. Creo que, y no es porque tenga al lado, esté rodeada, pero creo que se está haciendo un gran trabajo, haber detectado las necesidades e intentar con muchísimo esfuerzo, y creo que además las universidades y todo lo público, pues es muy difícil. Creo que que los compañeros han puesto justo los puntos imprescindibles, además en temas de los que a lo mejor se habla menos, como es la financiación, y es una realidad. O sea, esto muchas veces es a base del esfuerzo de mucha gente. En las organizaciones nos pasa igual, más allá de tus obligaciones, como trabajo añadido, y porque nos preocupamos por la profesión y por las personas destinatarias de estos servicios. Bueno, ya me estoy enrollando y ni siquiera he presentado a Aeairs, la Comisión Española de Ayuda al Refugiado. Para las personas que no nos conozcan, no somos ACNUR, que está muy bien ACNUR, pero es que muchas veces nos confunden por las siglas y el nombre. Aeairs lleva desde el año 79, o sea, ya como 45 o 46 años, defendiendo y promoviendo el derecho de asilo, los derechos humanos y el desarrollo integral de las personas refugiadas, desplazadas, apátridas, inmigrantes con necesidades de protección internacional o en riesgo de exclusión social. Y bueno, ¿qué es esto de atención integral? Pues quiere decir que se les da asesoramiento jurídico, atención psicológica, social, hay centros de acogida y diversos dispositivos de acogida, formación y empleo, enseñanza de lenguas y traducción e interpretación. Yo soy la responsable del servicio de traducción e interpretación de Aeairs. Y solo voy a dar unos datos muy rápidos para centrarnos. En 2024 atendimos en todo Aeairs, quiero decir, a más de 46.400 personas. Un 84% aproximadamente estaba relacionado con algún tipo de protección internacional. Y, creo que algo muy importante de Aeairs y que a mí siempre me ha hecho sentir orgullosa es que tiene su propio servicio de traducción e interpretación, que lo ha mantenido. O sea, cuando yo llegué hace 20 años ya estaba, se ha ido profesionalizando, hemos intentado ir mejorando, pero lleva desde los inicios, o sea, lo cual creo que dice mucho de esta organización. Porque se da mucha importancia además a la lengua materna. Hace poco fue el Día Internacional de la Lengua Materna y me pidieron que escribiera algo sobre el tema y claro, dándole vueltas pensé, es que la lengua materna, porque siempre se dice, no, las personas, también ha salido el tema, en una lengua vehicular. Vamos a ver, es que además creo que tienen derecho a expresarse en su lengua materna, porque también es un símbolo de identidad, porque la mayoría de las veces además estos idiomas vehiculares no dejan de ser el idioma a lo mejor de la potencia que les ha colonizado. Entonces, también creo que está cambiando mucho el perfil de las personas que vienen, por ejemplo, de África, que vienen con lenguas originarias de África, ya no, como se ha comentado antes, no vienen a lo mejor hablando francés o inglés, pero también creo que tiene que ver con una situación real en África de reconocimiento de su identidad cultural, de ya está bien de tener que hablar, que muchas veces es que tampoco conocen el idioma, pero aparte creo que están haciendo políticas de reivindicación de esas lenguas maternas, lo cual es bastante complicado porque muchas solo tienen expresión oral. Luego, todo esto creo que está también relacionado con esa identidad cultural. Apoyamos en el servicio de traducciones de manera transversal a todas las áreas de Aeairs, a todas esas, para poder prestar esos servicios que he comentado, porque nos parece que la comunicación es fundamental. O sea, creo que no puedes ayudar a alguien si no le escuchas bien y si no le dejas que se exprese, porque esto de llegar y yo te ayudo como a mí me parece que te tengo que ayudar, pues no. Lo primero será qué necesitas y si no nos podemos comunicar, malamente voy a saber de verdad qué necesitas ni te voy a hacer participar en tus procesos de adaptación o para que recuperes tu vida normal, por así decir. Creo que también es algo en contra de esa actitud paternalista de ya vengo yo a decirte cómo te tengo que ayudar. Entonces, creo que es muy importante también, bueno, para que puedan expresar sus necesidades, transmitir sus historias y participar. Y luego también traducimos pues toda la documentación que necesitan para, bueno, aparte del proceso de protección internacional, pues para normalizar su vida en España. Porque claro, si cada uno de nosotros piensa todo lo que necesitaría de su documentación traducidos y de repente, ¡pum!, nos trasladasen a, yo qué sé, Arabia Saudí, pues nos podemos hacer una idea de cuánta documentación necesitaríamos traducir para volver a ser alguien, por así decir, en ese otro país, tener nuestros estudios, nuestro reconocimiento de estudios, nuestra identidad. Y bueno, un breve dato, en 2024 en el servicio de traducciones atendimos a más de 8.000 personas de 76 nacionalidades en 52 idiomas, que se dice pronto, que no es nada fácil. En 2025 todavía no tengo todos los datos porque, bueno, están ahí los compañeros porque todos los años, también aprovecho, hacemos el informe anual de CEAR en el que todo el que esté interesado es público, se puede ir incluso a la presentación. En datos de las personas refugiadas y solicitantes de asilo en España, creo que es una publicación de referencia. Además, creo que cada vez lo hacemos menos aburrido, porque antes, es verdad, era muy interesante, pero como un poco así denso. Y yo invito a quien quiera consultarlo. El número de interpretaciones en 2025 estaba en torno a las 34.400, que también se dice pronto. Hacemos interpretaciones tanto presenciales, videoconferencia y telefónicas y principalmente de enlace. Más de 1.000 traducciones. Bueno, con respecto a los idiomas, pues para que se hagan una idea, en línea, además, a lo que se ha comentado antes, los idiomas más en 2025 han sido bámbara con un 18% aproximadamente, ucraniano con un 14%, soninké con un 10%, wolof con un 10%. A ver, esto desde que yo empecé a trabajar en CEAR ha cambiado muchísimo. O sea, cuando yo empecé y durante muchos años los principales idiomas eran árabe y ruso, que se alternaban primero, segundo, inglés, francés. Y luego los demás a mucha distancia. Pues ya llevamos bastante, no sé, quizá 4 años, estoy hablando un poco de memoria, que es pues eso, bámbara, por supuesto cuando pasó la guerra de Ucrania, pues ucraniano de repente. También ha cambiado el perfil en cuanto, por ejemplo, a ucraniano, porque las realidades políticas, lo que va ocurriendo en el mundo, también influye en la necesidad de intérpretes. Yo recuerdo al principio, cuando llegaban personas de Ucrania, muchas hablaban ruso, bueno, les ofrecías intérprete de ruso-ucraniano, te decían, pues sí, lo que quiero es comunicarme. Después ya no, porque según los conflictos se van polarizando, se va todo haciendo más violento, es que aunque hables ruso, no quieres a lo mejor un intérprete de ruso, no quieres una persona de origen ruso que te interprete. Y esto es una realidad que también hay que conocer. Por ejemplo, hay personas saharauis que hablan árabe, pero no quieren un intérprete de árabe, o personas kurdas de Siria que quieren un intérprete de kurdo. Y bueno, creo que también tiene que ser un derecho. A ver, también según el ámbito, porque no es lo mismo que un médico te tenga que atender de urgencia y tire de lo que pueda para comunicarse, llámese Google Traductor, lengua vehicular o por señas, a que sea una cita programada pues en policía, en la oficina de asilo, para presentar tu solicitud de asilo. Luego, el tipo de citas que atendemos, que también esto creo que es muy significativo, pues sobre todo sociales, como un 48%, y luego, muy importantes, psicológicas, un 23%, y luego ya jurídicas, médicas y de otro tipo. Digo que esto es importante porque las citas, las interpretaciones en atención psicológica me parecen de las más complicadas, porque aquí se vincula una gran carga emocional de la persona a la que están atendiendo, que también, bueno, no sé, creo que no dará tiempo, pero hablar de la importancia de que los intérpretes tengan buenas herramientas para gestionar toda esa carga emocional que lleva este trabajo, con jornadas larguísimas de trabajo. Y en el caso de los idiomas, de las lenguas de menor difusión, muchas veces les retrotrae a sus propios traumas porque han tenido historias parecidas. Entonces, creo que es muy importante estas citas de atención psicológica y tener una buena formación. Aquí, además, entran en conflicto o en juego, por un lado, los parámetros culturales de la persona que hace la atención psicológica, los parámetros culturales del intérprete y de la persona a la que se está atendiendo. Y además en este tipo de citas tiene muchísima importancia. Luego además los matices, la tristeza no es lo mismo en árabe que en español, la idea que alguien tiene pues de estar, como decimos a lo mejor en español, estoy depre, pero estoy depre no es tengo una depresión, no es lo mismo. Todos esos matices en una interpretación creo que son muy difíciles de reflejar correctamente y además la persona que hace la atención tiene que pues valerse solo del lenguaje para intentar ayudar a esta persona. Luego, por ejemplo, en traducción, pues los principales idiomas fueron ucraniano y árabe. Con esto pues también tenemos, luego en tercer lugar francés, porque es verdad que muchas veces la documentación sí que llega en francés o en inglés. Creo que el perfil, como decía, ha cambiado mucho y bastante rápido, y creo que esto necesita una adaptación de todos los actores implicados, tanto de quien facilita la formación como de las entidades como de las administraciones. También quería, no sé si esto es abrir un melón, pero que a mí me encanta, que también lo ha comentado, lo de los idiomas de menor difusión. Yo he pensado mucho sobre esto porque me encanta la terminología. Entonces, sí que es verdad que creo que aquí hay un poco, no lo sé, de clasismo, quiero decir. Yo viendo un día así por curiosidad, en internet, los datos que no me he traído, el alemán creo que nadie lo considera un idioma de menor difusión en España, y por número de hablantes en España creo que, por ejemplo, los hablantes de árabe son más que los de alemán, y probablemente, no sé si ahora los de ucraniano, a lo mejor también. Entonces, a mí lo que me parece que hay aquí es un poco de clasismo, de los idiomas de menor difusión, de que hablamos en realidad, de los idiomas de la gente que llega en patera, que, a ver, a mucha gente esto tiene una idea preconcebida de las personas que emigran, de las personas refugiadas. Entonces, yo ahí lo dejo porque me encanta esto de abrir polémica. Tampoco sé, la verdad, cuál sería, que también le he dado vueltas, los términos adecuados. No se me ocurre, lo he comentado con mis compañeros, no se nos ocurre. A ver, luego, se está produciendo un cambio en Europa, que no hace falta más que leer las noticias. Y realmente, como se ha comentado antes, o como ha comentado la compañera sobre Canarias, no es solo la travesía. Es que estas personas hacen muchas veces un viaje que ríete de la Odisea de Ulises. O sea, cualquiera que lea historias de personas refugiadas que han atravesado África, tardan años, van encontrando trabajo en algunos sitios, se quedan por el camino sin dinero, muchas las tiran en el desierto a mitad de camino y ahí se quedan y no se vuelve a saber nada de ellas. Luego muchas también las mafias las hacen desaparecer. O sea, esta es la realidad de las personas que llegan a España por la vía marítima, por ejemplo. Y luego, pues otras personas llegan de otras muchísimas maneras. Luego el tema de los menores, que se ha comentado, o sea, es una realidad muy compleja. Y queramos o no, que creo que hay cada vez más personas que no quieren, es que, la realidad es que cada vez vamos a tener unas sociedades, que siempre lo han sido, pero una ciudadanía más variada, con orígenes, idiomas, religiones y culturas más variadas. Y, esto bien gestionado, pero creo que ya aparte por un tema, digamos, egoísta, no ya llamando a la solidaridad, no. Creo que lo mejor para una sociedad es que no se produzca marginación ni exclusión, porque esto al final trae enfrentamientos, trae problemas, y que estas personas puedan participar con todos sus derechos como ciudadanos de pleno derecho, no ciudadanos de primera, segunda o incluso tercera clase. Pero creo que, en fin, que los tiempos que corren, esto quería recordarlo porque parece algo como obvio, pero creo que cada vez menos. Entonces, creo que es muy importante que se sientan acogidas y para eso que conozcan sus derechos y sus obligaciones. Para eso también es importante que se puedan comunicar con las administraciones. Y bueno, como decíamos, creo que todo esto es un gran reto. Y las dificultades como servicio de traducciones, pues que hablando del perfil, las competencias, ya hace tiempo que cuando a mí me preguntaban, bueno, las competencias o qué, por así decir, qué requisitos, pues esto es que ha cambiado mucho, porque lógicamente, como ya se ha comentado, no se pueden pedir las mismas competencias a alguien, a un intérprete de inglés o de francés, que por así decir nos podemos poner más exquisitos, pedirle el grado, la experiencia profesional, formación y un montón de cosas, que claro, a alguien que el idioma que necesitamos es Wolof, pues ¿cómo pides todos estos requisitos cuando, para empezar, creo que hay un tema muy importante, que no todas las personas vienen sin estudios universitarios, que también hay como una idea de no, aquí llega la gente sin estudios, no, que va. Llega lo mejor a veces de cada casa, por así decir, por supuesto, con sus estudios superiores que no pueden homologar y que tardan años en homologarlos si es que pueden. Y eso, claro, también es un problema a la hora de plantearse qué oferta de formación pueden tener estas personas. Luego, muchas personas empiezan en esto de forma circunstancial, ayudando a sus padres, a otros compatriotas, y acaban en esto, bueno, pues a base de hacerlo de forma oficiosa, voluntaria, acaba siendo esto su profesión. Yo aquí también quiero romper, bueno, no sé si hace falta romper una lanza, pero porque es verdad que muchas veces escucho como son poco profesionales. No nos confundamos. En mi experiencia de 20 años en SEAR, hay personas que empezando de esta manera, salvando un montón de obstáculos, con malas condiciones, con poco dinero, o sea, se han convertido en excelentes profesionales. De hecho, en mi equipo, pues algunas de las personas que lo componen han seguido esta trayectoria y ahora son técnicos del servicio de traducción e interpretación. Y creo que además muchos tienen muchísimas ganas de mejorar sus competencias. Y cuando yo planteo, porque bueno, en CEAR también nos planteamos hacer en el servicio de traducciones, involucrarnos más en la formación. Es difícil porque es lo que comentaban, que esto es a base de horas extra y de trabajo extra, pero bueno, yo es que amo esta profesión, todavía no he conseguido desenamorarme a pesar de los años. Entonces, pues yo creo que eso, que hay que tener los pies en la tierra. Muchas de estas personas, aparte del problema para homologar, pues hay que reconocer que a veces les decimos no, y haz la interpretación online con un ordenador, tal. A veces solo tienen un móvil y gracias. Quiero decir que muchas veces, no siempre, porque también es muy amplio el espectro, pero que tienen una realidad muy, muy compleja. A ver, las propuestas de mejora, no me voy a enrollar más, gracias por avisar, coincido mucho con lo que ya se ha comentado. También creo que es muy importante, pues eso, tener presente que el acceso sea con formación, acreditación, por supuesto suscribo todo, que sea quizás hacer, no sé cómo, porque es lo que comentábamos, de dónde sale la financiación, gran misterio, pero sí que creo que se debería de tener en cuenta digamos, los recursos de las personas que lo van a hacer. No es lo mismo alguien que puede pagar, pues no sé, imaginemos, una formación 400 euros, que alguien que como mucho va a poder pagar 50. Luego, además, muchas de estas personas, esas jornadas maratonianas, es que tiempo que están utilizando en formarse es tiempo que no están ganando dinero, porque esto también es la realidad, que la mayoría de las veces son personas autónomas que además no conocen los derechos laborales en España, ni la relación como autónomo, que también esa es una formación que creo que deberían de tener. Y nada, simplemente por empezar ya el debate, con el tema de las asociaciones profesionales, creo que es muy importante, porque como no hay un colegio profesional, en principio, pues creo que las asociaciones, yo lo llevo diciendo mucho tiempo, deberían Pero también tenemos el tema de la financiación, que aquí todo en el mundo capitalista, pues el dinero es muy importante. Deberían de tener un papel mayor también en digamos, en esa reivindicación de condiciones, porque creo que aquí se ha hablado de algo muy importante. Fórmate, invierte dinero, invierte tiempo, ¿para luego qué? Para llegar malamente a final de mes después de hacer jornadas maratonianas e ir corriendo de un lado a otro. Pues no sé, lo mismo hay gente que es claro, que se queda por el camino porque no lo que exigimos en contrapartida a lo que luego van a encontrar de condiciones no cuadra mucho. Entonces creo que ahí también, pues bueno, las asociaciones profesionales tienen que tener un papel y atraer a estas personas de idiomas de menor difusión, que creo que tienen poca... Bueno, no me quiero entretener porque si no, no pararía, porque creo que es apasionante el tema. Pero nada, muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Carmen. Pues muchísimas gracias. Dejadme hacer solamente a modo de resumen. Hemos hablado de formación, certificación, registros, reconocimiento por parte de las autoridades, financiación, acceso al mercado laboral en igualdad de condiciones, adquisición de competencias culturales y, después de escucharos a los tres, hay una dimensión que es el estudiante o profesional local en comparación con el estudiante o profesional que no tiene los derechos de ciudadano europeo. Me da la sensación que habéis descrito dos realidades absolutamente diferentes, a pesar de que se enfrentan al mismo problema. Nosotros tendríamos algunas preguntas preparadas, pero dado que Leti tiene muchísimas ganas de intervenir, le voy a dar la palabra en breve y vamos a abrir también las preguntas al público. Leticia, por favor.
Sí, yo quería, porque me olvidé antes... quería insistir en el concepto de abrir, ¿vale? Y de vincular. Lo que estás diciendo ahora, ¿no? La formación de nuestros alumnos en traducción e interpretación creo que puede mejorar exponencialmente si los acercamos a la realidad migratoria a la que ellos no se van a acercar. Quiero decir, el desarrollo de competencias como la competencia global, el conocer el mundo a partir de lo local, el desarrollo de la empatía, que cada vez más forma parte del código ético de los intérpretes, porque la empatía normalmente pensamos que es sentir pena, cariño, preocupación por el otro, y la empatía es entender al otro, ¿vale? Entender cuáles son sus circunstancias y respetarlo. Y la competencia global, de ir más allá de lo superficial a lo profundo, lo que mencionaba antes, de conocer más allá de realidades externas como capitales y entender que hay otras personas que tienen otras maneras de expresarse, otras maneras incluso de expresar sus emociones, ¿vale? Creo que es fundamental, y creo que los alumnos de inglés-alemán se pueden beneficiar del conocimiento de personas que hablan otras lenguas muy distintas a ellos, incluso con conocimiento lingüístico, porque nuestros alumnos, el otro día tuvimos una experiencia de traer al aula, vinieron al aula menores migrantes, para que nuestros alumnos les explicaran conceptos básicos de interpretación consecutiva y fueran interpretados por ellos a bámbara, y fue una experiencia maravillosa en lo emocional, y también en darse cuenta que un término tan común en interpretación como modalidad no existe en bámbara, o que los términos médicos tienen que ser adaptados incluso para su conocimiento del español. Y luego quisiera destacar la necesidad de colaborar con otras profesiones como la mediación intercultural. Y cuando digo otra profesión como la mediación intercultural, quiero señalar la necesidad también de ampliar nuestras fuentes de conocimiento a la geografía humana, a la geografía física, a la antropología cultural. Nosotros estudiábamos historia, terminología de las ciencias, nuestros marcos jurídicos, pero en el contexto humanitario, por lo menos en Canarias, es necesario colaborar con esa figura del mediador intercultural que viene del trabajo social o de la antropología cultural, y que tiene su función es resolver conflictos o solucionarlos. Y ahí viene algo que se han trabajado en algunas de las mesas, la habitual confusión entre el intérprete y el mediador intercultural. Y a veces, aquí a lo mejor voy a abrir un melón, a veces es culpa nuestra, de los intérpretes, porque nos dirigimos a entidades que trabajan con mediadores interculturales, que trabajan para la integración real de esas personas, y nos presentamos como intérpretes o mediadores. Pues ven aquí, que voy a tener 2 figuras por el precio de una, y entonces tenemos que tener cuidado porque encima la mediación intercultural es una profesión incluso menos reconocida que la nuestra, no tienen grados, no tienen tal. Entonces tenemos que colaborar, saber cuál es nuestro papel y a veces ampliar nuestra formación para saber dónde nos movemos y cómo nos movemos, para el bien de nuestra profesión también.
Gracias. Bueno, justo al hilo de lo que comentabas, Leticia, es cierto que hay mucha confusión entre esas 2 figuras. No sé yo realmente, bueno, no creo que aquí sea el lugar para repartir culpas, ¿no?
Sí, perdona, culpa entre
no,
comillas.
entre comillas, sí. Pero creo que tenemos que reivindicar y que es importante que reivindiquemos cuál es el papel del intérprete y del traductor. Es decir, una de las preguntas era si nos valía tener esta competencia estándar. ¿Pero qué es esa competencia estándar del intérprete? Es que ella incluye competencia comunicativa y textual en 2 lenguas, cultural, temática, psicofisiológica, instrumental, estratégica. Es decir, podemos añadir pequeños componentes dentro de esas subcompetencias, ¿vale? Es decir, ahora, por ejemplo, como decía Carmen, la interpretación remota es necesaria, pues habrá que apoyarlos. La gestión de la emocional hay que incluirlo, por supuesto, pero eso ya tiene cabida en nuestro modelo de competencias, no es necesario ampliarlo. Pero no olvidemos que dentro de estas 2 realidades, si tenemos este sector de potenciales candidatos que hablan lenguas de menor difusión / mayoritarias en según qué zonas y minoritarias aquí o no, el problema es que hay unas limitaciones y que en 50 horas de formación no podemos pretender que estas personas sean superhéroes y hagan un montón de cosas. Entre ellos lo de la famosa mediación intercultural, porque creo que quien primero tiene que aclararse qué es la mediación intercultural son las entidades que los emplean, porque muchas veces, según con quién hables, ponen esta etiqueta porque suena bien o porque hay unos fondos. Tengo que decir que veo con estupor que la Unión Europea haya sucumbido y haya puesto en una normativa la palabra mediador cultural sin que se sepa qué es. ¿Qué entendemos por mediador? Aquí en la Comunidad de Madrid hace muchos años se contrataron mediadores interculturales para destacar, ponerlos en las bibliotecas públicas. Pues no sé cuál era su cometido. Alguno tendría. Como dice, no es una profesión que esté reglada, que esté regulado cuál es el contenido, que tiene su cometido, por supuesto, pero tenemos que saber cuáles son sus límites, cuál es el ámbito para poder nosotros interactuar. Entonces, el problema fundamental es que por el tema X que sea, se pide a los intérpretes / mediadores que hagan multitasking y queremos un profesional que haga muchas cosas en una organización. Yo no veo que las entidades que trabajen en este sector pidan una persona que sea a la vez psicólogo, trabajador social, educador social, médico, enfermera y abogado, y que lo haga todo porque con un sueldo me cubre todo. Eso no ocurre. Sin embargo, con 2 actividades como es la traducción y la interpretación y, no es el tema de la mesa, la enseñanza del español, que lo van a necesitar, como esto todo el mundo habla idiomas, pues que ven aquí 4 voluntarios y nos lo apañamos. Entonces, hay una responsabilidad, creo, de las entidades, hay una responsabilidad de la academia por no habernos sabido a lo mejor explicar y hay una responsabilidad de las autoridades. Entonces, creo que es importante que cada uno sepamos cuál es nuestro papel.
Sí, le voy a dar la palabra a Carmen, pero si hay alguna pregunta en la sala sería el momento de... Sí, a continuación, Carmen.
Pues nada, efectivamente, es que creo que se está hablando de un tema muy importante y cuando yo he dicho lo de que me siento orgullosa en CEAR porque tiene su propio servicio de traducción e interpretación, creo que esto es muy importante porque dentro incluso de la propia organización durante todos estos años, porque bueno, las organizaciones también, digamos, no son un bloque monolítico, sino que luego pues hay ideas sobre cómo, ahora estamos con el plan estratégico, por ejemplo, cómo se deben de hacer las cosas o no. Y yo, claro, por supuesto, siempre he mantenido que no es lo mismo un intérprete que un mediador social. Y me parece que en el punto que estamos de la profesión es todavía más importante que se diferencie muy bien. Y sí que es cierto que creo que, bueno, tanto organizaciones como a veces las administraciones, al no tener dentro en sí mismas expertos o personas de este ámbito, pues bueno, tienden un poco, sí, a confundir, a mezclar. Además es cierto que creo que es una manera de no reconocer a lo mejor el perfil de un intérprete, que no es el mismo que el de un mediador, vamos, los dos, cada uno tiene su función. En CEAR, por ejemplo, hay técnicos de integración social que no es un intérprete, lógicamente. Entonces, creo que esto, desde luego, coincido en que hay que dejarlo bien claro. Por eso, cuando a la pregunta de ¿un intérprete debe de mediar? Sí, pero cuidado, que esa mediación, no, o sea, mediar en la medida de, para entender, o sea, de ser un puente entre dos culturas, entre dos mundos, dos idiomas. Ahora, cuidado también con que esa mediación se convierta en intromisiones subjetivas de lo que el intérprete entiende que estos son temas culturales que siempre se nos da mucho en CEAR, sobre todo en los idiomas de menor difusión y cuanto más alejadas están las culturas, digamos. De, pero intervengo, no intervengo, aclaro que no sé qué, aclaro que en mi país es total. Pues a ver, yo siempre digo, con mucho cuidado, dejando muy claro que esto es una interpretación tuya y no parte de la traducción. Entonces creo que es el momento de dejar muy claro estas diferencias y dónde está la frontera, porque si no lo que vamos a encontrar es una mezcla de cuando estamos intentando que haya una carrera profesional para intérpretes. Creo que con todo este tema de los idiomas de menor difusión, ahí es una vía, por así decir, para que de nuevo se vuelva a mezclar la figura del mediador, la del intérprete y todo se haga como una especie de mix. Y coincido en que efectivamente a un abogado no se le pide que además haga de psicólogo y que aparte interprete. Yo siempre, por ejemplo, en la organización lo dejo muy claro. Un abogado que atiende a una persona en francés no está interpretando, está haciendo su trabajo en francés, lo cual me parece perfecto. En el momento que este abogado, si le pides que esté traduciendo entre otro compañero abogado que no sabe francés y la persona a la que están atendiendo, cuidado. Ahí lo que está haciendo es una tarea de intérprete, no está haciendo de abogado. Entonces, es verdad que a veces es confuso, puede ser un poco difuso, y con lo de la terminología, pues sí, es que ese es el otro problema, que bueno, yo no me he dado tiempo a abordar, que muchas veces hay términos que es que no existen en otros idiomas porque no existe el concepto. Por ejemplo, mi compañero del equipo de Wolof me explicaba un día simplemente médico de familia. Es que no, es que uno en Senegal, si está enfermo, se va al hospital, no al médico de familia, no se entiende qué es el médico de familia. O registro civil, hay países donde no hay un registro civil como tal, o no hay algo equivalente al DNI, Estados Unidos creo que no hay. Entonces, bueno, pues eso, y la falta de materiales a veces terminológicos creo que complica. Pero... Por favor.
Hello. I wanted to ask a question. I feel like it's good that we're developing our future interpreters and translators in the future, but actually a month ago, I asked one of my teachers where in Spain I could study and form myself to be a conference interpreter. And she told me, well, she said a university, and then later told me, but I don't know if I will recommend you to study conference interpreting because I don't know what the future is in our community. So I guess my question is, do you feel like as very important individuals in your respective institutions that we're selling a future that may not exist for to freshman students? And if so, what kind of, how else could our institutions prepare the students for that kind of future? Because yesterday I also talked to one of the speakers and she said, well, you know, if you're going to study conference interpreting, you're going to build other skills like summarizing, you're going to be under a lot of stress, and those are transferable skills. So do you think we should also start preparing futures, the students who are studying interpreting and translating to be able to transfer these skills to whatever kind of ambit, you know, profession in the future? Thank you.
A ver, yo creo en una entrevista al principio de curso al creador de ChatGPT, le preguntaron si no tenía mala conciencia porque su herramienta fuera a destruir cientos y miles de trabajo. Y él contestó que en realidad no, que no la tenía, que era pues, el signo de los tiempos, que es cierto que algunos trabajos desaparecerán, como en el pasado desaparecieron otros, como el aguador o el... ¿no? Pero que había un aspecto de la vida humana donde iban a existir trabajos y iban a seguir existiendo, y eran aquellos relacionados con el contacto humano y con las emociones. Que cuando te dan una mala noticia vas a preferir que no te la dé una pantalla a que te la dé una enfermera o un médico que te toque. Y con la interpretación en nuestro caso es lo mismo. Quiero decir, en el ámbito humanitario, en el muelle de Arguineguín o en el muelle de la Restinga, veo complicado que una aplicación sustituya a un intérprete que ha pasado lo mismo que tú, que a lo mejor lleva 10 años ya en España y que lo ha superado y que está feliz de estar en España, porque eso es otra cuestión que no hemos tratado. Cómo victimizamos a las personas que han sido inmigrantes y ¡ay, el pobrecito! Y que sufres. En una entrevista que hicimos nosotros a uno de los inmigrantes que vino por Cayuco en la crisis del 2008, decía que él está feliz, que le encanta vivir en España y que todo lo que sea formarse y aprender, encantadísimo. Entonces, yo creo que nos tendremos que adaptar, como nos tuvimos que adaptar el otro día, Fernando Navarro lo explicó muy bien, a la llegada del teléfono, a la llegada del fax, a la llegada de internet, de tal, pero hay un factor de comunicación humana que eso no lo van a sustituir las máquinas.
Sí. Por añadir al respecto, porque también se ha aludido a eso en la presentación, creo, del representante de la Dirección General de Interior y de Asilo de la Comisión Europea. Estoy de acuerdo con lo que ha dicho Leticia. El problema es esa tendencia que hay a que, bueno, con la IA o con las máquinas sí podemos facilitar la comunicación y preservamos el humano para el profesional. Yo tampoco veo que recibamos a nadie en un hospital con un robot que te haga las preguntas y el triaje. A lo mejor llegará el momento en que es así. O la atención a una persona que llega en Cayuco. Y creo que deberíamos reivindicar desde la profesión, desde el ámbito académico, que todos esos ámbitos en los que la legislación salvaguarde la presencia del humano para el contacto monolingüe, también esté salvaguardado para el contacto bilingüe y que no sucumbamos al hecho de que, bueno, ponemos a un médico y a un paciente cara a cara, pero en medio ponemos una maquinita. Entonces, el futuro no lo sabemos, porque desafortunadamente hay tantos intereses que no dependen de nosotros. Pero bueno, yo quiero ser positivo y confiar en que sigamos siendo necesarios.
En línea a lo del ser positivo, que yo sí que también le he dado muchas vueltas al tema de la IA, esta profesión. A ver, también por ser positiva. Yo desde hace poco a los intérpretes que a veces recelan un poco de las interpretaciones presenciales, porque lógicamente online puedes hacer más, es más cómodo. Siempre digo, vamos a ver, la IA tiene que ser una herramienta. Indudablemente, en lo que él comentaba, la presencialidad es lo que te aporta ese plus humano. Si tú lo haces por teléfono, el oír solo una voz podría ser la IA perfectamente. Y luego otro tema ya, la responsabilidad. Si hay un fallo, o sea, un intérprete se hace responsable, un traductor de su trabajo. En el caso de que lo haga la IA, ¿quién es el responsable? A mí esto me surgen muchísimas dudas de quién se hace responsable de ese error. Pero bueno, solo por ser un poco positiva ante la llegada que creo que lo que hay que hacer es intentar utilizarlo como una herramienta. ¿Quitará puestos? Sí, como con la revolución industrial, pero es imparable. Entonces, lo que hay que hacer es intentar eso, utilizarla, adaptarse y bueno, que no nos coma a todos, creo que es importante.
Bueno, estoy sustituyendo a Pilar porque tiene que coger un avión. No sé si había alguna otra pregunta. Bueno, pues Susana, ya la última porque necesitamos un café.
Thank you so much. It's not really a question. I just wanted to congratulate you. It was really lovely to hear your insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Me sumo a los agradecimientos, creo que ha sido muy interesante. Han surgido muchos temas que podríamos, vamos, para congresos enteros. Otra jornada, eso es. Y antes de irnos, quisiera deciros que, por favor, no sé si sé bien la hora, que queremos hacer una foto con todos los aquí presentes en el hall principal, ahí cuando salgamos. A la una primera foto a las 12 y otra a las 2. Tenéis 2 oportunidades para haceros esta foto. Así que si no os importa. Y luego os vamos a poner el QR para la interpretación en la pantalla para la siguiente mesa redonda. we have a smaller group now. So I thank you all for being here with us at this time. So we're off to the third round table. Let me just... So welcome to the roundtable on projects to foster accessibility and translation and interpreting services for migrants. Now, this is my personal favorite because we wanted to gather similar projects or projects which dealt with the same topics and which we thought were fundamental for our conference. So the roundtable brings together different perspectives, but on a question that we've already seen as timely and important. We've seen this throughout the different presentation and talks, and it's how we improve accessibility for migrants through better translation, better interpreting, and as a finality, better multilingual communication support. And in many public service contexts, as we know, access is not only a matter of service provision or of policy, but the communication factor is there in the middle. And we've already seen, and we all know, that if people can't understand the information they are given or made themselves understood, access to rights and services is seriously limited. And that's the special value of this roundtable today on projects and practical initiatives. Because I think somebody told me yesterday how with this same conference throughout the years, how we began many years ago by having a very general perspective and how we're specializing and things are getting done. So there is a positive tone and we are working on it. It's slow, but we'll get there somehow. So today I'm very pleased to welcome our speakers, Pavel Sveda from Comenius University in Bratislava, Barbara Hainisch from the University of Vienna, Julie De Wilde from Ghent University, and also ENPSIT. And I give the floor now to Pavel, who will be the first presenter.
First of all, is it better now? Okay. So first of all, I have not prepared a presentation. Instead, I'd like to keep this less formal and maybe talk and also answer your possible questions or the moderator's possible questions. Because this is a field that is continuously evolving. And perhaps to give you a better understanding, Slovakia, although my university is 60 kilometers from Vienna, Bratislava can be considered a suburb of Vienna, perhaps, and yet it's a totally different world when it comes to community interpreting or public service interpreting. For decades or for hundreds of years, our part of the world has been a country of immigrants, people leaving mainly to Western Europe, to the United States, Canada, all over the place. We have never, ever been adjusted in our mindset to the fact that we might be a country of immigration. Together with my colleague Helena Tuzinska, years ago we wrote a little chapter discussing how ethno-nationalism has shaped language policy in Central Europe, where countries and the borders were shaped not often on the basis of rivers and valleys, but more often they were the contours of where people spoke the same language or something that, gravitated towards a same standard of a language. And the perception of us and them has often been shaped on the basis of language speaking. And it continues until this day. And it is perhaps even more pronounced in the day and age of populist policies, when the governments that we unfortunately have in our part of Europe are even more keen on emphasizing the difference between us and them on the basis of which language do we speak and which language do they speak. This has been something that has been tolerated, and it has never been so obvious as it became obvious in the 2015 migration crisis or refugee crisis, when for the first time Slovakia had to deal with thousands of applications for asylum, mainly from refugees from the Middle East. And even those people were not willing to stay in Slovakia. Slovakia was not their ideal destination. They all were planning to make it to Germany or Sweden or other Western European countries. They were just unfortunate enough to end up in Slovakia, and the system wasn't really prepared to process and to deal with that. So that was a first warning sign for the system, that we don't really have a system that is capable of processing people speaking different languages, different cultures, and looking for a place to stay other than their own country. It was always us escaping our country, never us being the country of refuge. That it was a first challenge to the mindset that we had. Already the first signals of problems emerged in 2015. My colleague Helena Tužinska mapped an interesting case study, for example, where one of Syrian refugees was appointed a sworn court interpreter who just incidentally enough happened to be a personal friend of Bashar al-Assad, who resided in Slovakia, and this refugee was one of the prominent judges who were fleeing his regime from Syria. And nobody really thought it's a problem in Slovakia, because he was officially recognized, he was the sworn interpreter, so what obstacles could there possibly be for him delivering an unbiased service to this client? It all was utterly shaken in 2022 when the war in Ukraine began. From one day to another, we had hundreds of thousands of people on our borders, and the state was absolutely unprepared. The state services were inactive. The official channels were unresponsive. And the only people who stepped up were volunteers and NGOs, who basically, from 1 hour to the other, accepted the challenge, and they immediately moved to the border, and they started to provide services. And the second, in response, were the universities, my university and several other universities around Slovakia, which immediately organized students and volunteers who were providing immediate and improvised interpreting services for Ukrainian refugees. It lasted several months before the state actually managed to grapple with the situation and to provide some sort of response, but never actually embracing the problem and never actually taking charge. What the state did was it immediately, or after several months, when the NGO started to run out of money, the state started to subsidize them through different channels, and basically delegated the responsibility of the state onto NGOs, onto different charities that were active in the field, and from that moment on they were supplied or they were paid by the state on a grant-based scheme. So there was always, for 3 months, then maybe 6 months, then again for 3 months. So always short-term funding for long-term needs of Ukrainian refugees in Slovakia. In this period, the universities, mine included, we've started to develop training programs for ad hoc interpreters who were working in the field. And little did we know what everything has to be done. And basically we had to come up with a PSI training scheme, not really having all the necessary institutional and technical background necessary for this effort. Myself, I'm a conference interpreter. I'm not even a court-appointed interpreter in Slovakia, but there were very few of us who were willing to accept the challenge. I don't even speak Russian or Ukrainian, but yet I was trying to find some ways on how to help my students and volunteers grapple with the situation. So we've organized crash courses on terminology, on consecutive interpreting, on liaison interpreting, on ethics, on facing the precarious trauma and all these issues. So we've tried to contact and organize ad hoc groups of support. And eventually, step by step, we started to formalize a training scheme, not as highly formalized as Professor Chenkova was presenting in the previous panel. So we didn't really make it all the way up to awarding certificates recognized by the ministry. We distributed certificates of attendance at a public service interpreting crash course, organized together with the NGOs. And gradually things started to settle down, and we created some basic modules and some basic themes for training. Then 2 years after the war, we had an election, and from one day to another, all of our effort was basically destroyed, because pro-Russian, anti-Ukrainian, anti-European government came into power, and the first thing that they cut were all the subsidy schemes for NGOs. Because for the government that we now have, NGOs are the key enemy, not the political opposition. NGOs are the key, recognized, and often publicly abused enemy that they are fighting. And all of the NGOs that were previously used to operate with millions of euros from government schemes and other sources were suddenly left utterly unfunded. This was the first blow to the NGOs. So they started to rely more on foreign sources, only to find out that the new American administration slashed all of the US aid funding from one day to another. So that crippled them. That was like the second pillar of their funding that disappeared from one day to another. And they were left with the third pillar only, which was basically volunteer funding or crowdsourcing in Slovakia. That was the least stable and the least predictable. So suddenly NGOs that we've used to work with, like League for Human Rights, that provided legal services, interpreter training, and that had sufficient funding to pay the interpreters, to pay for their training, to pay for translation of different brochures and modules. From one day to another, they were left with half of the budget, and eventually they were left maybe with 15% of the total budget in less than a year. And suddenly it turned, or the tide has changed from the situation where they were paying us for different services, or they were basically paying the students or volunteer interpreters or ad hoc interpreters. Suddenly they were organizing themselves crowdfunding campaigns to be able to keep the essential staff on. And I mean, cutting or to somehow conclude, this is what perhaps the most important lesson from me in this all has been the fact that we need to think about developing PSI schemes differently. We cannot rely on government. And simply in this turbulent political situation, we might hope for the next elections to turn out better. But the case in Slovakia, in Hungary, also in Poland, in Czech Republic, but also in the United States, and I hope this will not be replicated in other Western European countries. I really hope not. But unfortunately, these lessons show us that we need to think about PSI in a different light. We need to develop and think about schemes that are capable of surviving without government support. It is going to be very difficult. It is going to be a major challenge. But if we want to keep the ideals of humanism, of human rights, of equity, of equitable access to language services alive, we cannot rely on government. And I think we've learned that in the early stages of developing the PSI scheme in Slovakia. It will be probably different in countries where the PSI schemes have been operational for decades. But still, the current political climate and environment is such a challenge that if we want to be involved and if we want to dedicate our time and resources meaningfully to create something that is long-term sustainable, at least in our part of Europe, we cannot count with government as any form of support there is. So much a short lesson from us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that's a great point you've made with the issue of the NGOs being our primary contact in the end. So Barbara, whenever you're ready. Oh, maybe you can use. I can put the presentation.
Thanks for this.
I forgot to.
Thank you very much. I want to present a project we have concluded recently, which is called Retrans, working with interpreters in refugee transit zones. And the main aim of the project was to increase capacities, but also raise awareness in higher education contexts, meaning that public service interpreting in refugee and migration context is rather disregarded in university contexts, in university education, and therefore we wanted to actually address this issue. Retrans is or was an educational project co-funded by the Erasmus Plus program, and we focused on different stakeholders, which I will touch upon later. And we were a team from different countries, so on the one hand from Austria, on the other hand Slovenia, also the Republic of North Macedonia, as well as Greece. And therefore we hoped to bring in different perspectives along the Western Balkan route into the project. As you know, humanitarian crises such as migration, refugee crisis, and so on require communication beyond national borders and cultures, which means along the entire migration path, meaning the receiving countries, but also the transition countries as well. And therefore, translation and interpreting are key to ensuring this communication. Communication in context of flight and arrival usually mean that refugees have to work with NGOs, have to talk to NGOs, have to talk to public administration, to police, to public authorities, and different aid organizations in the volunteer sector. And usually the means of communication are interpreters assisting them in this communication effort. As mentioned before, the objectives of the Retrans project were to raise awareness for interpreting in humanitarian and transporter migration contexts. And the focus was on university education, meaning on the one hand interpreting and translation students, but especially also university teachers. And the overall aim was to increase the quality of communication in humanitarian context through especially training those who will be the interpreters of the future. And during the project, we had several focuses and several steps. First of all, we didn't know at all what is the current situation in all these countries. So what is the situation in Austria, Slovenia, North Macedonia, and Greece regarding the use of interpreters in different situations, public authorities, NGOs, and so on. So the first step was a survey to have a needs assessment and to see what is the state of the art regarding interpreting in these different countries. We wanted to focus on transit zones and refugee reception centers, and therefore we also invited NGOs, public administrations to answer the survey, because those are the key stakeholders that are actually commissioning interpreting services. We didn't know at all, do they rely on interpreters? Do they have in-house interpreters? Which languages do they need? Do they use remote interpreting, face-to-face interpreting? We didn't know anything, and we wanted to change that. But the main conclusion of the survey is we saw that a lot of stakeholders said there is a need of professionalization of interpreting in the field of flight and migration. And the second step, well, we wanted also to have training materials that universities can then also use. And one of these were podcasts where different stakeholders, all those mentioned before, refugees, interpreters, NGOs, public services, could actually raise their voice and say what are the issues regarding interpreting along the migration path. And for these podcasts, we conducted interviews with different representatives, ranging from the Red Cross to the Action on Migration and Development, for different ministries, but also for certain target groups like services for unaccompanied minors, professional interpreters and lay interpreters, as well as adult education centers and refugees, as I have said before. And as you can imagine, there are several commonalities between all those representatives, ranging from the overall challenges. There is a lack of interpreters. There is a lack of interpreters for a certain language, and there is a lack of professional or trained interpreters, especially in certain fields. Then also common themes that emerged were to find the balance between empathy as an interpreter, the wish to help others, versus also professionalism, the often quoted neutrality that interpreters should possess. Also, how to elaborate on the skills and the competences was an important issue, and also what are overall demands and challenges in this field, and these are covered in these different podcasts. These topics were also covered in videos and quizzes, so if you want to test your knowledge, you're happy to do so. Another output, a very engaging output, were the games that were produced by my colleagues and also university students about topics around interpreting along the migration path. And these stories addressed different ethical dilemmas in public service interpreting, ranging, for example, I am commissioned as an interpreter, but I forgot my notebook, what do I do? That might be a simple question, to the more complex and more ethical questions regarding interpreting for deaf refugees, remote interpreting, but also noisy surroundings, gender-based violence, addressing the queer community, also disclosing sensitive information, so typical ethical dilemmas interpreters face in these situations. And these were interactive stories, so there is no right or wrong, but you always see, if you make a decision, which consequences might arise from your decision, that you get an overall picture of how your decisions actually influence the overall outcome. So the aim of the stories is to provide an interactive learning experience in the situation of interpreters of flight and arrival. And these training materials should actually address real-world challenges based on either personal experience from the researchers and students, but also based on the interview material that we gathered. And therefore, the training materials should contribute to the overall aim of raising awareness and building capacities in the field of interpreting in humanitarian contexts, especially that the stories and the podcasts show the diverse range of ethical, technical, and diplomatic dilemmas that interpreters, but also the other stakeholders face on a daily basis. And we focused on university teachers and students, but the results can also be used, of course, by any other stakeholders who wish to learn from authentic experiences in the field. And what are the results? Regarding dissemination, a very inspiring part of our project were the lecture series with different stakeholders. So at the university, we invited stakeholders from different NGOs, public services, administration, to showcase their daily life of interpreting in humanitarian crisis, ranging again from very sensitive groups to also very interesting aspects of how to cope with interpreting in these fields. And all these experiences, and because all the lectures were so inspiring, we also made a collective volume out of it, based on the lecture series where we addressed different aspects of communication in the context of refuge and migration. And with this, I want to thank you very much. And if you want to test the retrans stories yourself, you're happy to do so. I placed the QR code here on the slides. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you for presenting returns in the project we had in Alcalá. Diálogos, we actually used lots and lots of material. It was definitely very interesting and really worthwhile. So thank you for that. Let me just...
Okay, thank you. Quizás primero agradecer a los organizadores también porque, bueno, es un honor poder estar aquí y mencionar algunas cosas. I will switch to English now and start with something that I should, well, a warning for everyone. I'm sure you know, but with all the things that I've heard this morning, I quickly wanted to change my presentation and add some things, and then we had a major technical issue, but it has been resolved. Thanks to both of you. So some of the things might be improvisation, and it's mainly due because of what I've heard this morning, which was very inspiring, and also what I've just heard about the financing issue is also very inspiring. You once more insisted on the fact that training materials are essential in specific contexts for specific goals, professionalization is needed, etc. So all of this made me think I really need to present also, or say just a few words on a project which has been closed last year, and which has a lot of materials online, so you can just watch everything. But because mainly of what we've heard concerning the new Pact on Migration that will be hopefully, well, maybe applied or in application in June this year, so in the first round table. Because the importance of the interpreter there was underscored, and also what I take from that presentation, which is really important, is that the fact that they insisted a lot on the member states being able to locally emphasize what precisely is the profile of this compulsory provision of public service interpreting. So I think it's something that we've heard now in the previous also, the competencies of the competencies that we expect from interpreters working in public service and translators, of course. It's something that is not given in each of the contexts, and that is something that we worked also on in this particular project. So I'll just go very fast on the EU WebC project, which has been finished now, which was able, thanks to AMI funds, so I'd like to insist on that also, and above all, thanks to the collaboration of a diverse variety of partners. So as you can see, it was thanks to the working with the persons, the agencies offering and working with interpreters, also the reception agencies and academic partners, and the ENPSIT network, to which we are looking for continuation. So what did we do, or what was the most important, let us say, concerns that we had when thinking about the project, when starting? It was on the one hand that PSI is insufficiently regulated, and this of course is something, when I heard this morning David Prpa mention the importance of the interpreter in the new envisioned Pact on Migration, I think it's very important not to forget that we want specific standards to be reached, and even if we are very well aware that this is not possible immediately, but that we should work towards, that we should always have some standards to use as a benchmark. So I think it's very important. That was our one of the concerns that we had. And that, of course, also is a concern that can lead to the fact that not every newcomer has the same access to specific rights, to specific help, etc. So I think that was one of the main starting points of the EU WebC. A second one is something that we've heard so many times this morning, the mismatch between demand and supply. So those were the two basic concerns that we had. And then we also started something that I've heard many times this morning, the key insight that a lot of these newcomers come with an incredibly wealth of language resources, and that sometimes we don't use those language resources. And then, so that was the idea that we used, and we thought, well, why not use these linguistic resources that they have, and why not work towards a two goal? On the one hand, well, address urgent interpreting needs, and on the other hand, also allow empowerment for newcomers. And then, of course, in the second roundtable, we heard the difficulties when it comes to a correct remuneration, visibility, something which is workable. So I think we all work on projects which have, or we all have specific concerns that go towards the same end. So what did we do what are the key outcomes? But again, I won't get into details because there's no time, and I was asked to talk about another project, so I'm taking a bit of an advantage. What we did was define these minimal standards with specific attention for 3 areas, because one of our ideas was that, okay, there are mismatches, there are needs, and why always work on a local level, and why not try to work also on a level above member states? So the idea was to train people also, so to build capacity for interpreters in with languages of lesser diffusion, to train them, to certify them, and also to allow, through a video platform, to allow them to work for instance, reception centers or persons in need across borders or at a distance, etc. So the idea was to optimize capacity by also working through video-mediated interpreting. So that was the idea. What we did was, let us say, we did all that, but I won't get into detail. Sorry, I need to go back. No, I need to go back. You should start again. If ever there's another issue. So what we did was all these elements, and what you can see also, or what is still there, is the video platform, which has all the modules that we developed, etc., but which is also, or is designed to be also, a platform for interpreter agencies, working with interpreters on the one hand, and the demand side, organizations needing specifically interpreters. So we are hoping that ENPSIT, or maybe another association, because this morning when I heard the expertise of, for instance, EUAA, I think that this can be merged because we all have the same goals, basically. So that was, in a nutshell, the time that I took that I shouldn't have taken. But now, let me talk about the second project, which was also something that in this morning, they insisted a lot, well, David Prpa insisted a lot on the fact that, of course, interpreter or language services are compulsory, will be compulsory, but that there is also a lot of attention in the integration part. And that is precisely where I think Matthias' project comes in, because we cannot, and we do not need to call in an interpreter for every detail. I think it is simply not feasible, but that does not mean that well-being of newcomers should be disregarded. And when I say the well-being, I'm talking about, we've heard it, the ability to be able to talk in their own language, or the ability to understand information which is needed not necessarily for the asylum procedure, because there we have interpreters, but maybe also for the daily things that can make a difference. So that is where Matthias, I think, is offering a solution, and of course a solution with very critical points also. So what is Matthias? It stands for Machine Translation to Inform Asylum Seekers, and I want to insist a lot on the fact that I am the spokesman, but there's a whole team that forms part of the Matthias team. In a nutshell, what we wanted to do, Belgian level, so no member state above level, so what we wanted to do was to improve communication in the Belgian reception centers by using machine translation. So I insist a lot, I'm talking not about asylum procedure, I'm talking about these daily communications or information provision. What did we do? We developed a web-based multilingual notification system for sending practical, short information, daily concerning information via WhatsApp. It's a collaboration between our university and Fedazil. And, well, it lasted for 2.5 years. So maybe to understand the length and what I was mentioning about the integration, maybe the context within which this tool is being used, it's Fedazil, the Belgian federal agency, which is responsible for the reception, not asylum procedure. Because this morning I heard a lot about asylum procedures, and the obligations are very clear, but what happens with the newcomers in their daily life, which is also a very important need. So basically, they employ about 3,000 staff members, and they have more than 100 reception centers across Belgium. So what is important, I've insisted several times, these collective reception centers bring together people with very linguistic and cultural backgrounds who sometimes stay for 4 months, sometimes stay for 4 years, and who especially need information on very practical things, opening hours of the cafeteria, activities, health services, a shower not working, those kind of things. So that is what they need precisely. And those, or communicating those daily communications for staff is sometimes a real challenge, because it's very often very short, very daily, very practical information, but it's very time sensitive. It needs to be done now, and it needs to be done in so many languages. So we cannot call in an interpreter. We simply cannot. So for this, we developed Matthias. I've already told you it's a notification tool by which I insist a lot on the fact that it is one-way communication. So from the staff to inform, so to provide information to the residents living in the centers. The idea is also, it is not at all intended for private personal information. You have a doctor's appointment, please do not forget. It is intended for those group messages, impersonal, very daily things. No shower, the cafeteria will be closed today exceptionally. We have a film screening at 8 o'clock, etc. And also there is a synchronization with the Fedazil database, which allows, when registration, which allows to save a lot of time. And why do we need that? Because they do not have time, staff does not have time to do this kind of thing. So if we want an uptake of this kind of technology, we definitely need to think also about how we need to integrate it into their existing workflows. So that was one of the advantages of this project. So basically, a staff member writes a message on a web interface, can do so in Dutch, French, or English, and then this message is sent automatically, translated automatically, and then it is sent to the residents in their language of choice via the platform WhatsApp. now we have this, the automatic translation that is used is modern MT, which we have complemented with a translation memory to, let us say, strengthen quality output. And this translation memory has been, in the early phases, ethnographic phases, has been built thanks to input from the reception centers. So it is context, it is Fedazil specific. Currently it supports 17 languages, including low resource languages, precisely those languages for which other types of communication are more difficult. The tool has been very well received, has been tested on a small scale. You've seen that Fedazil has more than 100 reception centers or managers with their partners. We have tested only in 7 centers, so very small scale. It has been very well received, and Fedazil also wants to scale up. They want to further develop, and they would like to expand it for the whole, or for a big part of their reception network. But of course, we also, during this and in communications that we had with the headquarters of Fedazil, etc., we also insist on specific points of caution, let us name them like that, when upscaling, when introducing such a tool, machine translation, such a tool in an institutional context. Because of course, it's not about accessibility, it's not about technology. We've seen this all through the different presentations. It is also, or it depends even more so on political, institutional, social factors. So one of the elements that we should not forget within this particular context, machine translation performs well for many languages, but underperforms for specific languages. So we should be aware and try to make those translations better. Or simply say, beware, the tool cannot be used for those languages. So please beware. Of course, in the context of Fedazil, this also asks for specific awareness on behalf of the staff to not forget that not all the residents will receive accurate, will receive clear information, that some of them will be excluded, even if, the initial goal, a multilingual opening communication, the initial goal is a very is loable. Loable. I can't find a word in English. A second point of caution is, of course, and this is not new, not everyone uses WhatsApp. Not everyone has an own smartphone. Not everyone can read the written messages with the same ease. So that is something. The staff is very much aware of this. They work with these persons on a daily basis. They know, but not necessarily so. But that does not mean that they have, they know this, and they know that there should always be an alternative. But knowing that there is an alternative needed, alternative ways of communicating, does not necessarily mean that the financial resources will be given or the operational resources will be given. So it is always a tension. A third point of caution, and I put an example on the slide, is when these staff members write messages, they do it in the way they speak, because it's given the context. I want to write something, I want to communicate something. So it's very much a friendly tone, but also a very informal spoken language tone. And when that gets translated into written text automatically translated, sometimes the tone, the register changes a lot. We have an example here. It's an example from the test phase. So in Dutch, very typical, groetjes, greetings, regards. And that was translated in Arabic by peace be upon you and God's mercy and blessing. So we definitely see a change of tone, a change of register, which here maybe without bigger consequences, but for some languages and for some context and words, the distance that is created, the level of formality, the level of directivity can definitely also change institutional relationships between staff and residents. And then the last point is, of course, beware of, or the point of caution is a certain risk of institutional over-reliance on machine translation. This, and I've insisted when I started, this is for daily practices. This is, of course, nothing to do with the asylum procedure. But between the asylum procedure, where the directive use an interpreter is very clear, and this communicating that a shower doesn't work, or that opening hours have changed, between these two extremes, of course, there's a gray zone, and sometimes staff tends to, or might tend to use also the tool for purposes that it has not been intended for. More sensitive communication, more personal communication. And so when Fedazil decides to work with these kind of tools on a more institutional and broader level, there is, of course, a danger that the tool might be repurposed. So that is in short, what I wanted to mention on this last project. And then I'll just do it, shameless self-promotion. Well, not self-promotion, but promotion. We've been nominated for a LIA, so you can vote for this project so that it gets, it's the second time we do this, so you can vote. Vote is stemmen in Dutch because it's a Dutch initiative, and so if you look for stemmen and then you choose Matthias, yes, not another project, we would be very, very, very thankful. Thank you.
One day we'll all be here trying to vote for each other's project. Great, that was very interesting. Thank you. And well, what I've seen from all our projects is that we definitely need to work with NGOs, and that's how far we've come, and I think we're achieving that so far. And together, yes, definitely. Yes, I've talked about that with many of you, how we do different things, but we don't seem to put them all in the same place. So yes, we definitely need to improve that. And I don't know if any of you want to share anything else, or we'll ask if there are any questions, comments, suggestions. Where the mic is here. Oh.
Thank you very much. Amazing. Once more, and in complete coherence with the previous sessions. And as David mentioned in the new pact, because the pact, all legislation is done in close cooperation with stakeholders. There is a public consultation phase. There is a consultation with stakeholders, with experts before the Commission initiates a new law. So I'm sure that in this case too, we were not involved at DGT, but we are sure that it is a common procedure that all the stakeholders have been, the main stakeholders have been consulted. And then you see that in the case of Slovakia, as you mentioned, that the mention in the new pact is that they will be recruited and remunerated by public government funds. So this is something that That means that there will be public government funds by the European Union disposed for these purposes. So actually then it comes to the government, but in a way, when you have this kind of binding legislation, we could be optimistic that there will be some provision about that. And then when it comes to training, of course, we see that there is a plethora of projects, many projects, and it's really important to map these projects. And I really encourage you to join the subgroup ENPSIT with Carmen Valero Garces and Carmen Pena and all the colleagues, so that you have an outreach to all these universities and beyond on KCTI throughout the European Commission and the European Union, because in terms of resources, we can do a lot, it's obvious. And also, Julie, please post it, yeah. Okay, yes, for Matthias, we can, yes. And about the recruitment and the ad hoc, I think that this new pact will be a game changer. We can be optimistic. And also for the student that asked about the interpreter and if you should follow, you see that there is no mention in law about a machine. So there you are. There is a mention about an interpreter. It's a person. So even if things might be a little bit, they are challenging, of course, they are always challenging in these sensitive fields of knowledge and in sensitive and humane conditions. But we can be optimistic because this time it seems that there will be a game changer. That's for sure, because we can see it coming. Yeah.
If I can react to that, and thank you very much for this optimistic remark. As it happens, I just returned on Monday, Tuesday. I was working in Strasbourg as an interpreter at the EP plenary, and the migration pact was one of the topics discussed. And it wasn't all positive debate. You could see that from some parts of Europe there is a major resistance to it, and you can probably understand why. It also comes back to what I was mentioning earlier, that is highly ideological. And another thing that's on the other hand very positive is that, unlike the 64/2010 directive on interpretation and translation services in criminal proceedings, I think now we are talking about regulation. And this will make it so much better in terms of implementation, because directives, we all know, are not as efficient as we would like to have them, and states are very creative in bypassing many of the stipulations that they bring. So they always can, it's always better to have a regulation on sensitive issues rather than a directive. And so I'm really looking forward to that. And there was a third thing I wanted to say, and I'll think about it in a while.
Yeah, I wanted also to tell you that Emilia Perez, last year they presented a study in Warsaw at the MT Network meeting about the prestige of the translator profession in Slovakia, and the profession of the translator interpreter was quite prestigious. So there are some also positive vibes coming.
Yes, you have I'm also involved in that study, and you have a very good memory. So we have an interesting study that mapped on a representative sample on 1,000 people, how people perceive translators and interpreters. And interpreters are very well perceived, I mean, on a level of university teachers, professors, lawyers. So there's a high sort of societal appreciation for interpreters, and we'll see how we can work with that. But it doesn't extend as much to community interpreters, because in our part of Europe, and we've debated this in multiple debates already at this conference, the state doesn't recognize the role and profession of public service interpreter. The law recognizes only interpreter in meaning of conference interpreter. And there isn't, or we still miss, a legal recognition of public service interpreter. Professor Chenkova was also mentioning that we have intercultural workers, we have social workers, we have all kinds of definitions, but we never have, in our part of Europe, the definition of who is a public service interpreter and what does he or she perform, what are the services. And one last remark I just remembered is that I did a little research on the EU AI Act, And I think a very positive piece of news is that unless it will be changed under pressure from American companies, which is happening now, one of the key areas that are strictly ring-fenced to be protected from AI-mediated services are asylum proceedings. And any proceedings that relate to the processing of personal information, or where the provision of translation and interpreting services may impact the outcome of such legal proceedings, which basically shelters all the activities related to asylum proceedings from any activities that would include an AI component.
I have to react again, sorry. Sorry, Carmen, oígame. Is on that also, because the EMT competence framework that we mentioned on the first day is under revision, now it's going to be open to the whole network, to every member of the network, so that you can comment and you can analyze and comment on the descriptors that concern PST, first of all. But also then there was, I remember that there was an intervention that a competence framework for interpreters on the, with reference to the EMT competence framework for translation could be also organized. This is also up to you. I would say that if there is a program or an initiative along interpreters in the example and the blueprint of what's happening in translation, that would be fine because, okay, it's challenging, but we will have like some global scale of descriptors. And thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Thank you. My question is for Julie. During your presentation, you mentioned that there were different strategies for broadening access for maybe persons with different level of literacy in the various languages of use. How do you plan on actually granting that access? How can you guarantee that the right of these persons with different literal levels are able to understand messages, maybe if they are not as used to using online apps or WhatsApp maybe? How can you do this? Because it's especially harder for older people maybe. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. I think in your question there was already part of the answer. I think there are different ways, but what your question was specifically about is those persons with no technological access or sufficient access to technology. I think within this, so it's something that needs to be done on a micro level, by which I mean in the reception center, on a national level, or even on a micro interactional level in the centers. They need to first map who are those persons that do not have access to technology. You mentioned elder people. We also, in previous work within federal context, we also identified women very often, or children who do not have access. I mean, children 18 plus, 20, but who come within a family context, who do not have access to a telephone of their own. And that, of course, can also be a barrier, specifically for, in specific contexts where, for instance, in reception centers, there are activities targeting women, for example. But if the message cannot get through, an invitation, an activity, etc., then of course there is a barrier. So I think mapping these asymmetries that might exist and barriers in terms of technological access is one point that needs to be done. And then the solution, or one of the solutions would be if the mapping allows, by which I mean if specific groups can be identified, then to foresee sufficient alternatives for those specific persons, residents, so that you know it is something that the staff knows, but a lot of times there's no time to do that, because that means they need to go knocking on the door of the persons. They need to put a poster in a specific language, or maybe 3 or 4 languages. So this implies putting sufficient attention to communication, as we've heard it this morning, as one of the determinants of well-being, of being yourself, constructing your new, one of the new identities that you will have in a new surrounding. So very often it's a matter of identifying and a matter of operational resources. There's not always sufficient time, yes. But there is some knowledge about this. And that was for the technological access, but I think that there is also a lot that can be done when it comes to digital skills of using or the uneven translation quality. I think that there is some, there are some solutions to broaden this access.
If I may, a short comment on
Yes.
that. You mentioned that the interface is using WhatsApp as the key messaging platform. One of the issues we've encountered when we were creating improvised communication networks to collect or to build sort of like contact lists for interpreters during the Ukrainian refugee crisis or displaced persons crisis was the fact that, for example, in Ukraine, very few people use WhatsApp. Yeah. And the preferred platform for communication is Telegram. And we were unaware of that, and simply expanding the reach to include other communication platforms enabled us to reach a much broader community of responders to questions, or when trying to recruit volunteer interpreters, simply by basically installing another app and trying that, because so many people from the post-Soviet territory are not using WhatsApp, but are using Telegram.
Yes, yes. It's, thank you for that. It's definitely an issue. What I did not mention, because there was not a lot of time, is that the fact that we use and chose WhatsApp as a platform was done on the basis of the early stages when we did ethnographic research to map which was the platform that could be. And I think in comparison, we are situated in Belgium, so I think the origin of the persons living in the centers, or the majority of the persons, is maybe different, and explains why that was of course we had to choose, and I know that we exclude persons, but that was the platform that was most frequently used, and also allowed technically and GDPR-wise, well, to give an answer. But it's, you are right, it's another form of exclusion. Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm afraid our time is running out. Thank you all for being here. That was very interesting. All your projects are really interesting. And, well, let's have a hand for you. And I will now look forward to the closing ceremony, let's say. And I'm looking for Carmen Valero. Ah, there she is. And we also have the pleasure of counting on our head of department and also our international relations vice chancellor. So I will leave you with them.
Buenas tardes. Esto es ya el final. Voy a comenzar yo dando unas pequeñas palabras ya en español y luego la clausura corresponde a cargo de nuestro director de departamento y nuestro vicerrector de Relaciones Internacionales. Pero no quiero desaprovechar esta ocasión para decir unas palabras, ¿no? Hemos llegado al final de este 9º Congreso de la Traducción e Interpretación en los Servicios Públicos y espero que hayan disfrutado y que se queden con ganas de volver al 10º Congreso, que será en el 2029. Y les aseguro que ya estamos empezando a pensar, ¿no?, qué hacer. Confiamos en que este 9º encuentro contribuya al avance de la TIPS y que todos los colaboradores, participantes y asistentes hayan visto cumplidos sus objetivos al acercarse a la Universidad de Alcalá. Los trabajos y debates presentados reflejan el momento de constante cambio en el que nos hallamos con la irrupción de la tecnología y de la IA en la TIPS, pero también del calor humano que es necesario en los momentos de conflictos, guerras y desplazamientos de población forzosos, en los que las barreras lingüísticas y culturales siguen estando muy presentes y que desde luego hacen que la traducción y de la interpretación sea cada vez más necesaria. Se han tratado temas relacionados con las dificultades de acceso a los servicios públicos, se han presentado proyectos y avances tecnológicos y se ha debatido sobre las ventajas y desventajas de su uso indiscriminado y sin criterio, y hemos escuchado propuestas de diseño curricular y de formación, y no nos hemos olvidado de la ética y las buenas prácticas y del uso de intérpretes ad hoc y de menores, del trauma vicario, del sesgo de género en la interpretación o de la vulnerabilidad y falta de acceso a los derechos y la necesidad de la interpretación humanitaria. Hemos querido, o hubiese querido al menos poder ofrecerles un resumen o algunas impresiones del Congreso, pero creo que es mejor que esta tarea la realice cada uno. Espero que lleven bien cargadas, como decimos, las mochilas de ideas y de proyectos y sigamos trabajando. Creo que sin duda hemos demostrado que en lugar de resistirnos al cambio tecnológico o aceptarlo sin crítica, abogamos por una integración informada en la que la experiencia humana es insustituible. Y concluyo con unas palabras o frases que se han escuchado estos días y que pueden ver en la pantalla. Ese sería un poco el resumen. Seguiremos trabajando y solamente me queda darles las gracias por haber participado en este congreso. Les esperamos, como digo, en el siguiente, y quiero también dar las gracias a nuestros intérpretes que están ahí al fondo, a nuestros doctorandos que han estado muy serviciales y a todos los alumnos de los másteres de Comunicación Intercultural, Traducción e Interpretación en los Servicios Públicos y el máster de Interpretación de Conferencias orientada a los negocios. Nada más, les deseamos que disfruten del fin de semana, sea en Alcalá, en Madrid, o que tengan un buen regreso a sus lugares. Y algo práctico. En breve les enviaremos el certificado de asistencia o de participación, así como algunas instrucciones de cara a la publicación de sus trabajos. Y eso es todo. Gracias.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Modern Languages Department, I'd like to thank you for being here. It's not easy to have enough energy to be here for 3 days. Unfortunately, we see in many conferences that people come, they speak, and they fly away. I'm happy to have such an audience today. And I would like to thank the organization. I'd like to thank all the PhD students, all the interpreters, of course. I think they've done a great job, and it is a massive effort to organize this conference. I don't know if fortunately or unfortunately it's only every 3 years, but we'll see in 3 years. I'm sure I'll be here, I think, I hope, and I'm sure it'll be a success. I'll be very fast. I think like 2 years ago, Carmen, Pena, and I, we shared a room in Salamanca at a conference, and I was talking about the stages of grief when it comes to the to AI, and it's like at that time we were still in denial, which is like, according to psychologists, the first stage. I'm happy to see that we are now in the final stage, which is acceptance. And I think in the translation studies field, in languages in general, we've reached that stage, that acceptance. It's not the same in other fields. In other fields, they're still grieving, they're still in denial. But I'm happy to see that we haven't moved on. We have assimilated the technology. We have rearranged the way we are teaching, rearranged the way we do research, and I think that's very important, and it's very necessary to state clearly that the translation and the interpreting studies are here to stay, and that, as Carmen said, that human touch will not disappear, or at least will not disappear without a fight, I hope. And nothing else, just thanks for coming to Alcalá and for spreading the word about the things we do. Thank you.
So now it's my turn. First of all, I would like to say that I really appreciate in these closing ceremonies the brevity of the speakers. In my case, I'm sorry, but I have to stand a little bit more, and you'll understand why at the end of my speech. So, dear colleagues, friends, and guests, you have reached the end of these days of discussion and intellectual exchange. And it is my privilege to bring to a close the 9th edition of the International Conference on Public Service, Interpreting and Translation. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to everyone who has made this conference possible. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizing team, led by Carmen Valero, and especially the FITISPO research group, which has long been an international point of reference in this field. Their sustained work, their ability to build academic networks, and their commitment to research and training have been essential in establishing this conference as a key meeting point for scholars and professionals working in public service interpreting and translation. I was reminded by Carmen Valero that the first one was in 1995, and I was there. As a student. Organizing a conference of this scope requires an enormous amount of work, and much of it invisible. Months of planning, coordination, proposal review, session preparation, and countless practical details. Thank you for the dedication and care that have allowed this event to take place with the quality and collegial spirit you have experienced over the past few days. My thanks also go to all those who have contributed to the program through keynotes, lectures, presentations, and roundtables. Over the course of the conference, you have heard research and perspective from a wide range of contexts that clearly demonstrate the vitality of this field, as Diego was mentioning. Discussions have addressed legal and healthcare settings, technological developments, professional training, and many of the challenges that increasingly diverse and multilingual societies present today. This exchange of perspectives, languages, and academic traditions is precisely what gives an international conference such as this its true value. I would also like to thank those who attended and contributed their questions, comments, and conversations. Conferences are not built only through the formal sessions, and that's something that we know as academic. They also take shape in the informal exchanges, in the hallways during the coffee breaks, and over shared meals, as Diego was also mentioning. It is often in these moments that new ideas emerge and future collaborations begin. For the University of Alcalá, it has been a true honor to host this conference. We are gathered here in a particular meaningful place, the historic Rectorate building of our university, located in the heart of a city with a long and distinguished academic tradition. Holding a conference devoted to communication across languages and cultures in a setting like this carries a special significance because the university has always been at its core. In this space, people and knowledge come together. I sincerely hope that during these days you have had the opportunity not only to engage with the academic program, but also to enjoy the city of Alcalá de Henares, its streets, its history, its university atmosphere, and of course, the hospitality of those who live and work here. I hope you will live with good memories of your time here, and that this will not be your last visit. The University of Alcalá will always welcome initiatives such as this and the community of scholars and professionals who make them possible. Allow me to conclude on a more personal note. For me, it is especially meaningful that this closing ceremony is the final event I preside over as Vice Rector for International Relations. I could not imagine a more fitting way to conclude this chapter than to do so at a conference that so clearly embodies the spirit of international academic collaboration, and in the company of colleagues, friends, and fellow scholars. And if I may say so, it is particularly special to share this moment with Carmen Valero's group and with my colleagues from the Department of Modern Languages. With many of you, I have shared years of work, projects, conversations, and friendship. I close this stage of my professional life with deep gratitude and the satisfaction of having contributed in some measure to strengthening our university's international connections and supporting academic initiatives such as this one. Thank you all for your presence, for your work, and for everything you have brought to this conference. I wish you a safe journey home, and I hope our academic path will cross again, who knows, in the future. Thank you very much. And now is the moment to take a picture, so please come forward, come here, and then they're going to take a picture of us.